Hello, everyone, and welcome to Make Your Own Victory, the only GDQ Hotfix show that attempts to capture 100% of the joy of speedrunning in 0% of the completed video games. My name is Quacksilver, and I hope everyone is cozy as we round the corner into winter. Today on the show, it's racing time. Racing games are one of the things where the gulf between my love for them and my skill at them is at its absolute maximum. So I'm so overjoyed to show off a couple of folks here today who have the skill and can dominate racing games. We've got Kirby Air Ride in a little bit. We've got Dr. Robotnik's Ring Racers, some Mario Kart World, and to cap it all off, because it's Make Your Own Victory and we have to throw a twist into everything, Bloons Tower Defense 6. Legally, this is a racing game. I will not be accepting criticism at this time. Also, these were all runs solicited from the AGDQ submissions list, and in the time since putting this show together, the games list has come out. Go to gdq.gg/games to see some of the incredible runs that are going to be performed live in Pittsburgh at Awesome Games Done Quick 2026, including a couple from people you'll see on this show. Also, registration for AGDQ 2026 is open, so you can visit gdq.gg for more info about attending the in-person event. But to start our engines today, we're going to feature a runner who, although not this game, you will also be seeing at AGDQ 2026. In case you've been living under a rock, the Kirby Air Ride franchise has some sorely needed revitalization coming up this month so soon. And here to showcase his incredible talent on the sticks in the original Kirby Air Ride with Air Ride 100%, please welcome to the stage, Blue Candy.
Hey, thank you, Quack. Guys, I'm back. I was just here about 18 hours ago, here for another banger Kirby Air Ride run. I'm very excited for this one, especially because City Trial was what we did yesterday, but it was super chill. We're just riding through the city. It gets faster and faster, but then we start over. And this one, we're pure action-packed, much less RNG, much more execution, multiplayer still. And this run is one of my favorites because it's all about accessibility. So there is a huge briefcase in front of me that's 3D printed. It looks a little bit like this, if you can see. It has controller-shaped grooves in it, and I will be, at times in this run, placing the controllers on this sliding panel, moving them back such that it holds down the control sticks at exactly the right height. And that is needed for a world record strategy in this that previously I was unable to do because the world record holder would use their feet to hold on to that, and I am physically disabled and I can't do that. So this category on top of that strategy, which is really intense, is just a boatload of fun, so I can't wait to show it off. What we're doing right now is 100%ing Air Ride. So here's that City Trial completed file, same thing I'm working with here. We're gonna get all 120 checkboxes on this checklist right here, and it'll take just over an hour and 15 minutes or so, pending that I don't fail any races, because mistakes in this are pretty damaging. They usually cost over a minute as we have to replay the entire course. So we'll be working with 9 different courses that you can see here, including a mystery cancellation notice, but you'll see that later. It might even come into play. So that is it. I will get started here, making sure to mention that our preset things here are strong speed help, no damage, recommended laps as the rules in place. So we will be doing this from a fresh save file. And when you're ready on time, count you down in 3. Oh, wait, 1 second. Let me replace my controllers because I showed off the briefcase. I need them to be slotted in here. So I need to make sure they're all ready to go. Otherwise, I will have some problems. So this is player 4. Okay. 2 of my controllers are the same color. One of them doesn't have a working C stick, so they are used as the fodder for these checklist goals. All right. Sorry for the timer fake out there. Leave the data one more time. And now, 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck.
Thank you. So we are starting with Sky Sands. You'll notice I play with multiplayers. I'm controlling all the Kirbys. And we're just going to be going for a variety of miscellaneous goals that are present on each course. So the very first one that I can have access to is swallow 3 wheelie scooter or wheelie bike power-ups here and finish in first. The second will be to go under these sand things exactly 3 times and finish in first. We'll hopefully get the 3 wheelie bikes because that one can be annoying and cost me a couple minutes later on down the line. But yeah, you can see this is a fresh save file because we're starting just with Warp Star. And we're going to need to make the best of that we can. So some advanced movement here. Do note that we can boost multiple times on a dash panel, unlike the new game in Kirby Air Riders. They kind of took that feature away. And you also just hover over it and immediately get the dash. So a little bit less skill expression, but I'm sure it'll come up in different ways, as I've already played the demo 6 hours last night, and I can assure you it will. So you just heard a ding there. That's my first checkbox, actually, before I even finished the race. That is for my last 2 lap digits being the exact same number. So they were both 1s or 2s on the milliseconds. That's what happened there. And the other thing I did on lap 1 was I set up these coral paths here, such that player 2, or player 1 in this case, would not hit any of them on their first lap because we need to break all of the coral ourselves and finish in first. So thankfully he will drive right through there with the ones that I broke. Okay, and where I could just get stuck on that one. Whoa, what is going on? No third wheel, just some swords at the end, so it doesn't look like we'll get that checkbox, which is fine. And then we can just exit out immediately. So now, unfortunately, I must do one of the most stressful things immediately, which is to play on Machine Passage here and do not touch the walls a single time in this entire race of 2 laps.
Oh, I remember this checkbox. I remember taking hours on this.
If I fail it, I can just do 1 lap of it later, but it's better to not do extra races here and just to cram it in with all the other checkboxes I can get right here related to time. So I will note, I did not practice this at all. This is raw memory ability to control the Swerve Star and how it likes to go ham on some of the slopes here.
Yeah, especially this downward spiral.
The time is pretty lenient, so I'll take some safety shortcuts like riding that rail to avoid those spinning wheels in the center. This is one of the choke points because the sides of those ramps as they move do count as a wall. And then you have the ending here. Ooh, scary. I really do not want to become a wheelie here, so I'm trying to avoid him. If I spin, I won't suck up an enemy for a little bit of time, so that's the safety measure there. Don't worry, those blades don't count. Otherwise this would be impossible. Okay, I got a wheelie, which is terrifying. Oh boy, this is such a bad spot to get a wheelie. Do have some time to work with, but not very much. Okay, good. So something annoying about sucking up the needle power up there is that when you try to tap A, you spend a different amount of time stuck in the animation when you have a power-up versus when you don't have a power-up. So your muscle memory to avoid touching a wall can be screwed up by that. I've got about 5 seconds. Straight ahead, go, go, go. We're good. Did it count? It did. Let's go.
Nice.
Awesome. That's really good. Oh, I actually failed that in the 100% world record of the game overall. All 3 modes 100%. So I lost a minute to that exact checkbox. So this run right here has an edge up on that. Now we're going to touch all the walls, as we want to. And that actually is the fastest way to play this vehicle, to constantly bump into the walls, causing continuous acceleration because this vehicle has extremely high acceleration compared to everything else on the cast. So that is the fastest way to go forward. And then we're doing this free run early right now because we need to unlock specific vehicles. This one will unlock the Rocket Star, which is very important for a part of this run that will come up right afterward. And you'll see when the briefcase comes into action, so just you wait. There's multiple really fun parts of this. That's a 44, that's really good. Okay, there's Rocket Star. So now we go back to Checker Knights here, using our newfound Rocket Star, player 2. On this course, we are going to destroy both of the rock walls in the first leg of the course. So we're going to destroy this one on the right. Hopefully not pick up that wing power-up. That was good that we didn't. And then boost through this guy on the left. That will make the second lap much faster. So the way to play Rocket Star optimally is just to assume that if you're going less than, let's say, 24 miles per hour, then it's probably better to boost unless you have a sharp turn coming up. On this segment, we hold down on the yellow highlighted part of that rail because we go faster there. And then here we spam A because we get a lot of acceleration on the spinning part as we constantly get air and then immediately land afterward. Here we're going to charge up a boost so that we can finish the latter half of it. And then we need to spin on these things 7 times across 2 laps. So part of the quirk of Rocket Star is that when you're boosting, you can see that I'm still going about 8 miles per hour there, 6-7 miles per hour. I did not do that on purpose, I promise. Oh my goodness. 6 or 7 miles per hour. That actually stacks with when you release your boost. So you want to make sure that you're always sliding around once you release your boost. That way you get to go faster. And that's a quirk of playing Rocket Star. I really love Rocket Star, in case you couldn't tell. I know all of the advanced tech with Rocket Star. Definitely one of my favorite stars on top of Jet Star, especially. Those are my top 2 for sure. So this one
I was going to ask that very thing. Yeah, I can't imagine being like having to be such a multi-star specialist given how specific these checkboxes can get.
Yes, this run will use a lot of the stars that are available to us. And then everything you see has to be done in under 2 minutes and 40 seconds on this one. And just know Chad is going to give me grief for that 6-7.
I do see an even GDQ isn't immune.
Completely unintentional. I mean, they just happen to be numbers that are right next to each other.
Regrettably, they are still numbers.
There we go. There's that. Okay, so we did get Swallow 3 Swords as well. We unlocked Slick and Wagon Star. And now we are going to set our laps to 3. We're going to put all 4 of our players on Swerve Stars while we play through Beanstalk Park. We need 3 laps of this because we need to avoid the Ferris wheel in the center, or in the middle of the lap, roughly halfway through, on all 3 laps and finish first. In addition to that, we're going to swallow 20 enemies total and finish in first. We're also going to do the Tornado Challenge. Defeat 15 enemies with the Tornado enemy, which will show up on lap 2. And then these guys are all going to cram in the corner because they are going to quick spin, attack each other, and build up 20 total quick spins that hit enemies. So that is what they are doing over there. When I have a free moment to control them, I will start spinning, and something funny may happen if I spin at just the right time. We'll see if it happens. They like to get stun-locked affectionately.
Ah, yes, affectionate is definitely how I describe most stun locks.
There we go. So this does not count towards 20, but it is a thing that is happening on your screen. 7, 8. All this time, I'm also counting up the swallows that I'm doing. And get them out of that for your... Oh, nope, there you go. They went right back into it. So lots of things to keep track of. I did not want the fire there.
Gonna ask maybe more generally, because I first became aware of you through Mario Golf speedruns, which is also just a ton of game knowledge and like on-the-fly adjustment to things like weather in that game. Do you have at this point like default strategies for just memorizing a truly comical amount of information, or how do you approach something like a Kirby Air Ride where you're juggling so many things in your brain at once?
Well, people asked me last night, what got me into speedrunning Kirby Air Ride, or how did you get into speedrunning this? And it's basically the fact that I speedrun the games I spent thousands of hours playing as a kid.
Sure.
And so some of the knowledge stems from that, but of course I have to string it all together into an actual run. So it's like half and half that, I've got the good basis for doing good in this run. And then I pair it with all of my practice is just doing runs. I just do runs on stream, and that's my practice.
I love that as someone who is politely and affectionately allergic to debugging games sometimes.
Yeah.
Just speedrun the video game. It's a good time.
Exactly. Alright, there's 20 quick spins. Hit enemies 20 times. I think I'm at 17 or 18 enemies. At the end of this, we also need to finish in first with the wing power-up active. So I could just let that guy follow me all the way to the end, but that would be exorbitantly slow, and that's not what we're about here. But I do want to be careful that I actually do get to, oh man, this is perfect too. And I hope I have 20. Okay, swallow this guy. Perfect. I hope that's 20, but I'm gonna swallow him too early. I think this is not gonna work, actually. Yeah, this is not gonna work. It's too scary. So we can actually just respawn enemies by standing in this corner and then just waiting for RNG. Sorry, I said there wasn't RNG, but there is a little bit. We can just let the camera be slightly...
That's really funny, though.
Yeah, we can let the camera be slightly out of view, and then there's a new enemy that'll spawn, and we wait for him to move. And then let's see how long it takes us to get winged. Bomb! That's extremely rare. Okay, I've probably seen that 2 or 3 times ever.
Okay, but that's not the thing.
No, it's not the thing.
Me on this. That's not the thing.
There's the wing. All right, perfect. I might have been able to make that last one that I had, but it would have been really close. If I passed the finish line, disaster. All right, so there's all those. Very nice. And now we're gonna do something I call Rocket Palooza. Why? You'll see. I'm using both my hands to control all 4 players here. Get them set up for this. Player 3 to get in there. Get there, player 3. Go, go, go. No, he's gonna get left behind. That's fine. So we need to set this up in particular with everything that I'm doing, because we're going to get one of these guys to be 4th on lap 2. And then use the guy in 4th to finish in 1st on the 3rd lap, and that's a checkbox.
Wow, I forgot how specific some of these got.
Yeah, that one's important because it unlocks Wheelie Scooter. Uh-oh. Oh, accidentally paused. Oh my gosh, what am I pressing? Alright, let's get him to catch up. There, he's in 4th. Now he's going to catch up to 1st. And we're just going to make sure that we get all these guys, press an A right before the end. Of course, he blocked my way a little bit, but as long as we finish in under 103, we're good. So that's that. And then we're going to do that again. And we're going to do that one more time, but this time we're going to do it on the timed races. I think that's what I do next. 1 second, just making sure. Yes, it is. All right. Perfect. The route is very complex.
Yeah, I can imagine. Chad is, of course, funnier than I will ever be, and chiming in with, that's allegedly happened before.
That's allegedly happened. Okay, so here we just need to get 4,500 feet. Whoever does that first, we can just exit out after that point. So go, go, go is what I say. I don't have to worry about one of them being 4th and the other being 1st, 2nd. You know, we can just go. It still works okay with just 3 of them, so poor Red is going to get left behind there.
No, I believe in the comeback.
And let's see if we pick him up. It's a drive-by here. Is he gonna do it? We're all kind of disconnected right now. Yeah, he's there. Welcome back. I paused at literally 4,499. Disaster.
Good game knowledge, though.
Oh, yeah.
I got there for sure.
Yes. All right, so now I'm going to use the CPUs. I'm going to put them all on Swerve Stars as level 9s. This is on Machine Passage in particular for the time race because we need to shoot 3 characters out of the cannon at the same time. And these guys on Swerve Stars are immensely consistent, so we'll be able to match them all the way through. You'll notice that they just kind of drive right by me, then that's because we have the speed help strong on, so they just catch right up if they're behind, and they also just boost off of one another. The level 9 CPUs have a tendency to be adept at just following you immaculately, especially with a vehicle like Swerve Star that can just turn, frame perfectly in minute angles and just be right on your tail. So they're a lot of fun. We don't have to finish in first when we get the distance requirement, which is also 4,500 feet here, in under 2 minutes. So what this is, the reason we do this one next is we need the Jet Star, and then I'll use Jet Star and bring in the briefcase for our strategy on the very next track that I do here.
So were you involved with the original routing of this category, or did you step into a route that already existed?
The route mostly existed, but the most recent update was the one that is going to use the briefcase well, it's easier to show you than it is to explain it. So right when I get there in like 5 seconds. But yeah, there were some changes. There were some changes I made. All right, so time for Jet Star, and all of our players are going to be on Wing Star. So now they're sitting on my briefcase, and I'm going to push that briefcase in. You'll see that they're all pointing up now. And they're just going to glide. And they're going to glide. And when they land, the benefit of the Wing Star is that they will start gliding again, most of the time. So while I play the course efficiently, hopefully, I will accumulate gliding time and distance to where players have glided for over 30 minutes total. And that used to be something we used the free checkboxes on. They're purple checkboxes. Give us some free checks. I'll be using that in this, but we don't have to use it on glide for 30 minutes anymore. We just have to use it on glide for an hour total, because we won't be doing that much. Just barely, not enough, actually. All right, I also need Swallow 3 Plasma, so I got that. We do let the race finish for that checkbox to count, so that's also an important distinction. Go ahead.
No, that's just, the strategy is absolutely sick. And also the thought of like having figured out your total glide time across the run, like things that have like fully speedrun spanning objectives like that always strike me as particularly nightmarish to like figure out how you're going to handle it as a runner. It's very cool to see optimizations on that.
Yes. Just know how distraught I was when at first this strategy was developed and I couldn't do it. I was like, oh man, I really want to try this. But it was just way too hard, way too inconsistent for me. All right, so we've gone 6,000 feet.
Shout outs to accessibility controllers.
Shout outs to accessibility. Yeah.
Run games how you want to. Run games how you can. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise.
Go. Got 6,000 feet. We let that race finish, so we get the 3 plasmas. And then we also drop in the hole 3 times, just barely there at the end. So that is something we can do all on that race. Next up, we're going to do that again, this time on the sand course. I'll use Swerve Star for this course because it's pretty good here. And here I need to let the race finish. Hopefully we get 3 wheelies to spawn because I did not manage to get that on the first one. There's one, if I can catch up with it. And then we're also going to hit the trapdoor exactly 3 times and let the race finish for that to count. So we only need 4,000 feet here. I'm going to pass that up quite significantly with Swerve Star. And just really hoping for those wheelie bike power-ups to come through. So I'm going to do that here, and then back, and then again. I can do that on that starting race that I did with the Warp Star, but the timing does become pretty tight. And so I just didn't really want to fail it. I wanted to get that first one down and not have to worry about something immediately. All right, come Come on, where's those wheelies at? Sword is not what I want. And don't worry, if you don't like the 4-player screen because it's a little small to see what the main guy is doing, I understand completely. This is a quirk of the multiplayer format of this and how it's most efficient to get these checkboxes with multiplayer. But there's going to be a pretty hefty and technically advanced single player segment where I do all the time attacks and all of the free run requirements back to back with a bunch of different vehicles on all of the courses. So that'll be something really enjoyable if you want the big screen. There's also some, the most difficult checkboxes in this run are during that segment. So we'll be looking out for that. Seems that player 4.
The large split screen is somewhat defrayed by the fact that it's just you. It's just you controlling them.
Yes. No wheelies. That's not too big of a deal. I can do a backup for that later when we do a bunch of cleanup toward the end. I will be getting 3 wheelies with another checkbox probably. It'll actually make it a little bit easier for me. All right, so we need to make sure we remember to slide the panel back out. Otherwise, when I go in the menu, all of them are going to be holding down and the menu is going to freak out. Literally. Oh, I didn't get the trapdoor. Oh, because I have to finish in first with that one. Okay. So we'll have to clean that one up. That's fine. Okay. So it doesn't count as finishing in first for some reason in time attack. I mean, your guess is as good as mine. I was in first distance-wise, no?
Yeah, that seems strange.
A little fishy. We'll count it. So, fun fact with Slickstar, if you're drifting and to the point where you're pointing 90 degrees from the direction that you're traveling, you will not lose speed while you're holding down charge. So that is something I'm doing here by accelerating like this. And then, so I'm always moving the camera, panning back and forth, such that I can retain speed while I am boosting and gaining speed. Slickstar is fun to play. It is the second best vehicle on this course, which makes it pretty awesome, honestly.
Distinctly remember Slickstar in particular being my arch nemesis. Like, controlling that as a child was beyond me.
Yeah, this one being controlled well, efficiently in a race is a real treat to see. They do like to get stuck in the corner on this map, so you can see that there. Not a big deal. I'll just let them chill there. And we need 5,300 feet before we exit out. So the easiest way to do this is actually to do it with level 9 CPUs, such that you're always like drifting off of there and catching up to them. And then you also have the speed help on. Doing this solo is pretty difficult. These checkboxes can actually be kind of difficult. Since you see I've got like the speedrun strats, right? And I've only got 18 seconds left when I hit 5,300. So it's kind of tight. All right, up next is the start of lap race glitches. So on 3 of these courses, the next 3, you can glitch the end of the lap such that you count an entire lap's worth of distance by sitting in a specific spot. So we're going to do that and let this race finish in particular after we've hit all dash panels and finished in first place. And that works in the time attacks, which is making me question, why does the trapdoor on sand not work? I don't. Maybe I did get that, I'm just losing it. Nah, I think it just doesn't work. Oh yeah, we need to take the blue rail here. This is fine. So yeah, we just want to hit all dash panels, so we need to take either rail that puts us on the top path here, either blue or yellow. That way we can boost across to this thing in the middle. And then we're going to turn backwards and make sure we touch all of these dash panels at least one time. That's... There we go. And now, if I position myself perfectly... Oh, and my capture card goes out while I do it. Don't worry, I have plenty of time to do this. Then you'll see 2575 go to 5151. And we just sit here until the end. So usually what I do here while I sit here toward the end is, oh my gosh, he bumped into me, but I'm still in spot. Cool. Usually what I do at the end here is and this guy's going wild. I don't like him jumping around. He's gonna boot me out of the spot. I take one of these wing stars and I hit a dragon. I hit a dragon with it because one of the checkboxes is to hit the dragon, just get hit by the flaming dragons in that one part of Magma Flows. But it just happened while they were racing and I didn't even have to do it. So they just did it for me. Nice and easy.
Nice.
There you go. So that's one of those lap glitches. The next ones are much, much more difficult to hit. And once we get them, I'll just promptly exit out. So we'll do Beanstalk Park. Wheelie Scooter is the only one that can hit this on Beanstalk Park. Rocket is the only one that can hit it on Magma Flows. And Wheelie Scooter is also the only one that can hit it on Check Night, which is the last one we'll do, Checker Nights. So you'll see me do a couple of those spin dashes with Wheelie where I just spin and then go into a wall and then accelerate really quickly. That's a little bit of advanced tech with Wheelie Scooter, which is not coming back in Air Riders. We confirm that. So just a little bit quicker driving, nothing like world record level, but to get me through just a little bit faster.
Okay, but on the subject of Air Riders, with all of the things that have been confirmed coming back, namely most if not all of the Air Ride tracks, what are you most excited to see from this game in the Air Riders like driving engine?
I will answer that after I set this up.
Yes, do glitches first.
There it is. 5622. And then we exit out. And one more time. Okay. All right, repeat the question.
Question was, you mentioned Wheelie Scooters confirmed not coming back, but all of the courses and stuff are confirmed coming back. What are you most excited to play in Air Riders from Air Ride?
Actually, Wheelie Scooter is coming back, but the spin dash tech is not coming back. that in particular is the difference. Oh, weird little bump there. I'm most excited to really. Honestly, I'm like a city trial guy, but I really like Air Ride and Top Ride too since I've dabbled in this game. So I'm excited for all of those coming back, and I'm actually really excited to try some things that I've thought about with city trial in particular. Like, what if I took my audience, all of my chat, and was like, join my city trial lobby, and then we focused on one or two people getting a bunch of stats and everyone else being like a helper to get those stats. And then we got something in-game. We got an in-game event where part of the map becomes a racing course. And we went for world record. We went for a world record time on that racing course by the help of like everyone in the lobby making the most powered up vehicles possible for it. Imagine that being like a leaderboard. So mobilizing something like that is like a really cool idea. Okay, let me see if I can get this.
Really good. And if you want to be a part of Blue Candy's Voltron, be sure to drop a follow on Twitch.
Yes. All right, now we're going to go back to recommended laps. So we're going to do that, and then do all of these on the best vehicles that we can do them on, which is typically, this one I can do either Wheelie Scooter or Rocket Star, but I really like playing with Rocket Star. I already did it once through with Wheelie Scooter, so let's try this. This also helps me practice for the time attack, which is done on this course with Rocket Star. That checkbox right there I just unlocked was defeating enemies in particular with a quick spin. So that's actually going to unlock Shadow Star for later usage. Again, we want to conserve some speed there while we boost on a downslope. That way we get an extra powerful rocket charge to go a little faster. So on this course, we need to finish in under 156, 2 laps. Easy peasy. Easy peasy. This will unlock Purple Kirby too, which is pretty base. Try to switch to that if I remember, but I might not, so I apologize in advance. We'll charge up a boost here at the end in order to release it immediately like that. That's pretty good. Another thing I'm excited for in Air Riders is actually just going for like IL times on Air Ride courses. There's so many good looking ones, and all of these ones are coming back too. So there's just going to be so much to do and so many combinations of riders and vehicles that, I don't know, it sounds like a smorgasbord of fun, if you will.
Yeah, Sakurai really pumped it absolutely full of stuff in that way that he does.
Yeah. So I know a lot of you guys might be North American viewers. If you were probably asleep for the first demo version. I challenge you on Mount Amber Falls. I was able to record a time of 1:17.86 on the demo. If you can beat that, let me know. And the way you can let me know is by joining the Kirby Air Ride Speedrunning Discord, which is already accessible on speedrun.com. We already have it linked, so.
Okay, I am going there presently.
Nice. That's good stuff. All right, magma flows we need to finish in under 2:01, but there's another thing I'm going to do on this race in particular, which is I'm going to ride all the rails in the center section and finish in first. These guys are not flying too much. I'm noticing my briefcase is not holding them down all that well. So for this, we're going to start by going into blue. And how do you ride 3 rails in 2 laps? Well, you come back to this hidden alcove right here where the gold rail is, and then you just get bumped by player 4 right here, and off you go. So that's it. Very nice. And then we'll just ride the red rail on lap 2, and that'll be all of them. There's also the very brief chance that I could finish with a sleep enemy right there. If that's present on lap 2, I just have to boost into... I think that was glide for 30 minutes. Otherwise, I have no idea what that was, actually. It's funny, sometimes you just play this and you're like, wait, what was that checkbox? I guess we'll find out afterward. Yeah. Just so much happening in this run, and it's all jam-packed. I really, really like this run. It's grown on me so much in only the past 6 months, so it's great to have it on here. This is like a very fresh iteration of the route and the run itself. The record's only 7 or 8 months old once I tried this new route with the 3D printed briefcase the moment I got my mitts on it.
Nice.
All right, do we get a sleep enemy? No, we get nothing. I love nothing. Thank you, game. All right. Yep, there's glide for 30 minutes. So now we don't have to use all the wing stars anymore. We are done with that. We'll just use one of them, though. I'd rather play with the player 2 rather than a CPU, even though it means I could use full screen if I am just doing single player. For some reason, I've gotten used to this split screen, and it's still pretty nice. So this is how I like to play. One thing we'll be going for on this is 3 chilies. Swallow 3 chilies and finish in first. Sometimes this doesn't show up, and this is basically the only place I can get it, so I really hope it does. You need one right here. Second one, there it is. Okay, so now we're at 2 of 3, and it should be free. Sacrifice some time going through all those boosters as fast as I did previously, just to make sure we get the chilies. And we're good there. So rest of the recommended laps are pretty straightforward. I'd love to hear any questions from chat if you guys have any about the game or Kirby Air Riders already. Definitely send those forward, and your own as well, Quack. Love to hear those because I know you're excited about it.
I am very excited. It was a complete surprise shadow announcement, not something I think anyone saw coming. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of excitement for the demo, and yes, confirming for folks in chat, this releases on November 20th. 21st?
20th.
That it's coming so soon. And the global test ride demos are happening now.
Yeah, there's a 1 in 4 or 5 hours from right now. I think it's 4, but I'm off by an hour. That's all right. I did the first one, which meant I stayed up all night for it. That's a true Kirby Air Ride fan if you stayed up all night to do it. One's in chat. If you've been awake all night since the Kirby Air Ride, I don't know.
If anyone here is pulling an all-nighter,
yeah.
I worry about you, but yay Kirby Air Ride.
Yeah. All right, now in Celestial Valley, we will finish in under 156, and then we will also get the copy ability roulette on top of the tree coming up at the start, and then we'll ride both rails. and that's what I'm focusing on here. Go ahead.
Who's your favorite character of those so far confirmed for Air Riders?
My boy Scarfy.
Understandable.
I think we got ride both rails already. I'm pretty sure Wingstar just went on the right rail. Huh. Well, that's unusual. I'll take that. Cooperation with the... It's basically like Luigi does absolutely nothing in Mario Party and gets first place.
That is a classic.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing, yeah, this is also open to chat. I am a Marx apologist. Gotta love small, very soft spheres that are also impossibly powerful. That's just most of Kirby canon, I feel like. But the point is, Mark's good.
So if you're curious about jet like movement here, I'm trying to conserve speed as best as possible by taking off, getting that huge boost that jet gets when it runs off of a ledge, and then landing as soon as possible, because he decelerates in the air much faster than on land, so you want to kind of chain together like that a bunch of those boosts, essentially, and that's the best way to play jet. That's why he's so good on this course. So good. All right, bang. All right, and now we're gonna do the time attacks. The first one is the hardest one, so I'll just take a little bit of time to think. I did forget purple Kirby. I'm just now realizing that. Again, it comes up. All right, so we need to finish in under 1 minute exactly with Slick Star. 3 laps of Fantasy Meadows.
Seeing a lot of love generally for Rick, especially from people who have played the demo.
Rick is going to be super popular, and the best part is I think he's S tier for air ride mode. In fact, that is what I got that Mount Amberfalls time that I quoted for someone in chat to beat if they would like to try.
For those still filtering in, you said 117.
117.86. Yep.
The gauntlet has been thrown, chat.
That was done with Rick on a certain vehicle. Nice, 57, that's free. I've been doing pretty dang good at this one, so no problems there. Next up is we have to do Jetstar in under 2 minutes and 50 seconds, not 15, 50. So you're gonna see that one fall pretty readily. The rest of these are definitely much easier, except for maybe Turbo Star on Frozen Hillside. There's Scarfy, by the way. This is a really good lap one. Give me the boost. Nice. Got stopped there, but still got the boost overall.
Nice.
And that could have been much better. I got hit by the sword guy, which messes up your ability to accelerate, so... Oh, and almost fell off the rail. A little bit scuffed toward the end, but overall good. This is my favorite IL in the game. Honestly, my favorite course, my favorite star, and it's so satisfying to play when it goes right.
And the music is iconic. When I think Kirby Air Ride music, this track.
Yes.
Or Checker Knights.
True. Might get the boost here. Nope. Probably that left tap actually stopped it from happening. It's very precise. Ooh, getting the water. Something I want you guys to do when you play Kirby Air Riders, if you're going to stream it or you're watching someone stream it, tell them to zoom the camera out with C stick down. It is just a lifesaver for viewers. So I'm not doing it here because Air Ride, there's certain visual cues and all that, so I actually play zoomed in still, which is honestly really annoying. But in City Trial, all I see is people stream City Trial of the old game on Twitch, and it's zoomed all the way in. You can't see anything. The field of view is just 0, and it's because that's the default view, and people don't know to use the C stick in a game that only uses the control stick and the A button. So that is, spread the good word. If there's anything you take away from this run or from, you know, my speedrunning, spread the good word of C stick down for viewership purposes. All right, 212 is really solid. Pretty happy with that. So yeah, 250 was what I was supposed to beat. 256 actually. Oh, it's even worse.
Seems okay.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, you've been talking about how tight some of these checkboxes can get. It's nice to have one that's a little bit more of a breather.
Exactly. Yeah, Slick Star at the start was really the most difficult one. This one's in under 2 minutes and 40 seconds. I expect to get around a 2:18. So readily 20 seconds under. Something Time Attack has that you'll see in Kirby Air Riders as well is this is the part of the game where you get boosts for KOing enemies, which is why it's really important to chain things together with Jetstar, as you saw, with Rocket Star later on Beanstalk Park. Those vehicles that are sensitive to boosting will require that to be in the optimal routing. So pretty touch and go, but the enemies always spawn in the same spots, so you can rely on that and make your route around it.
So obviously, in the midst of all this, you are speedrunning a completely different game at GDQ in Animal Crossing with the golden net race between you and Drew Pag.
Yes.
Good. I got all that. So you mentioned earlier that like your speedrunning is games that you played many hours as a kid. But is that just every game that crosses a certain playtime threshold becomes a speed game for you? Or what makes you, like, what is the deciding factor in picking something up to be, like, a capital S speed game?
I would say just, like, did it bolster childhood wonder? Is it something I look very fondly upon and remember? Because Animal Crossing crossed that threshold, but it's really, the only category I really like in Animal Crossing speedrunning is the golden net, just catching every bug. Because it's like City Trial in that you have to be able to improv, and every run is unique as a result, trying to optimize what RNG gives you and just working around that. So Golden Net is a prime example of that. It's just like City Trial. City Trial was GDQ 2025, which I did at the start of this year. And this run at GDQ 2026 will be just like that. And also the first Animal Crossing run at GDQ in 11 years. So,
really?
Yes.
I did not know that. That's sick.
It's almost the only one, except for, like all debts back in 2015, as far as I know. So I'm really looking forward to that. But yeah, I played Animal Crossing online. City Folks is by far my favorite in the series. It's just an improvement on Wild World, which is already a good game. And it was during the formative years of my childhood that I, found guilds and so forth of people who also enjoy the game, talk a bunch on forums online, and do it all with the centerpiece being Animal Crossing City Folk online gameplay. It's beautiful. So that's really why I like that. Also, I am deathly afraid of spiders. Extremely afraid. And I spent years of my teenage years, literally years of that, just playing with tarantulas and scorpions in City Folk. I love to hunt them. They're really rare and they're pretty dangerous. They run almost at the same speed as you. It makes for like a really fun sort of like chasing bug and strategy. So that's kind of what fueled my love for Golden Net, because I had already spent so much time. That was my pastime. I would literally just hunt tarantulas and scorpions. I would make entire town maps around, like the most efficient way to do that. So I just kind of fell into place. It was another one of those speedruns that just fell into place. I knew all about it.
Genuinely so cool.
Yes. So exposure therapy, did it work? You're probably wondering that. No. I do enjoy. I don't get bothered by tarantulas and scorpions in Animal Crossing. They still give me a little bit of a spook if I will get jump scared if I don't see one, but. Yeah.
I was gonna say, I did not get into Animal Crossing until New Horizons, when, a lot of America got into Animal Crossing.
Yes.
A lot of the world maybe got into Animal Crossing, but I feel like, if anything, the tarantulas in that game gave me more arachnophobia.
I don't blame you for that. The worst part about that, I think, is that there's always one that can spawn because the tarantulas are now through the winter months, the scorpions through the summer months, which bugs me because I liked that City Folk had like a safety space. You know, I just didn't have to think about these if it wasn't the summer months after 7 p.m. But now it's in New Horizons, it's all freaking year. I'm like, no, why can't I just have a safe period at night? There always has to be danger lurking in the night. Oh well. It is what it is.
It is what it is. And then last thing on the subject, before we return to the air ride at hand, you were one of a small handful of people to get a pre-games list drop tease. For folks in the chat, if you're not following GDQ on socials, every event now they cook up an increasingly convoluted way to tease games for the event before the full games list drops. Follow Games Done Quick on Blue Sky and YouTube and X if that's your deal. But this event we had like a full cipher going, and Golden Net was one of the first runs teased in that. What was your reaction to being a part of the pre-show, as it were?
I woke up to it and I was like, huh? What is this? I was like, what in the world? It was great. Honestly, I was like, this is fantastic. And you know why? It's just a slightly selfish reason, but I got my run accepted or announced before everyone else did, which means I could get a nice room in the hotel block before anyone else did, because those things like to close up or be unavailable for the entire week, which is annoying. But thankfully, there was one room type left when you guys announced that, and I was like, oh, I'm going to cop that now that I know I'm in the marathon. A beautiful thing.
It's a beautiful thing.
And that's nice.
Registration is still open.
Yes. It's nice for me because again, I'm physically disabled, so I like to have all sorts of plans that squared away so that I don't have any anxiety about, something is unsolved, so to speak. So that was really great. I'm very thankful for that. Thank you for choosing me and Drew as an early reveal. It helped a lot.
I'm gonna say I didn't have anything to do with that. I was fully in the audience, popping off all of the teases from the games list this time around. We had Hades 2, we had the Golden Net race, we had obviously our opener and closer in Super Mario Sunshine and Pokemon Emerald Pick by Main. It's a good games list. GDQ.GG/games. And also, since you mentioned physical disability, I do want to highlight that upcoming on Hotfix on this channel, GDQ is hosting its very first disability and neurodivergence special. That's going to be at the end of this month on November 29th and 30th, and is celebrating speedrunners who identify as disabled or neurodivergent in any way that is meaningful to them. Tomorrow is, I believe, the last day to submit a run to apply. You can type !DND in the chat for the link to apply.
Nice. Thank you for that. That's really cool.
It is being hosted by fellow Hotfix showrunner Satan herself and Anarchy, and it's going to be a great time. The community reception to that has been overwhelmingly positive and overwhelming in its positivity.
There's a Shadow Star in under 3 minutes and 4 seconds to get all the checkboxes on Magma Flow's time attack. So that was that's a really fun one, because you'll see I was flying into walls at a lot of the points. Shadow Star gets a lot of acceleration when tilted to the side of the direction it's currently traveling. A few stars do that, but Shadow Star is definitely a little bit unique that it happens while snaking and also while it's in the sky. So very interesting IL there, one of my favorites. So now we're back on Rocket Star for Beanstalk Park. It is slower to go on the Beanstalk there, so we want to go around it every time. Oh, that was not good. Here, Bronto Bert. Give me some speed. That'll have to do. And this one, I don't even know what the required time is. I have no idea. All I know is that I hit it every time without.
I have to say that implies you never missed it.
Yeah, this one is also very lenient. I just don't even know what it is. I usually finish at about 225. It's probably like 255 or something. Oh my gosh, that was amazing. I wish I could do that every time. That was a great opener. I'm figuring out new stuff every time I play this, even still. I like that it's so intuitive and just like racing, you can figure stuff out the more you know, and the more you've raced the game, you can just be like, well, will this work? And you give that a shot, and it's like, it's so satisfying when it does. By the way, something I want to mention is, especially for Air Ride mode, since a lot of you are probably like, I only ever played City Trial in this, Air Ride was boring and whatever. Well, hopefully this run is proving that opposite. You know, something like this has a lot to offer. And me, personally, also someone who only ever played City Trial, finding a lot of enjoyment out of this might change your mind. But the scene for Kirby Air Riders, it's going to be a fantastic game. What you might not know is that the Japanese crew, especially in Air Ride, is extremely prevalent, extremely prominent. They're already uploading times of their best Air Riders, demos, courses on different stars. I mean, there's just a wealth of knowledge and information out there, and they are big proponents of that. So shout outs to the Japanese crew. What I wanted to say is this game will do incredibly well in Japan, because not only are there exceptionally skilled gamers, but there's a huge audience for it too. In the first 10 minutes and hour and day of the creation of Kirby Air Rider's social media, the Japanese account, even though it is like the official one, right? It got 10 times the amount of followers and likes on the like revealing tweets and the information and so forth. It's that incredible. So the JP response is going to be something to marvel at. There, let's do purple Kirby.
Yay,
Just
purple
wanted to say
Kirby.
that. Just wanted to say that they're absolutely phenomenal people.
Shout outs to international speedrunning communities. I come from the like Metroidvania scene myself, which depending on the game has a lot of Japanese, Chinese runners, and it is always very, very cool to see the like communities holding hands across oceans and developing strats together.
Yes. Okay, so this is a checkbox a lot of casuals have problems with. This is how to do this. This is Warp Star in under 355 on Checker Nights. This is actually a pretty difficult box if you don't know like this specific routing. How to use the wheelie power-up at the right time on both laps 1 and 3. That is how you do it on lap 1. What you do there is you allow yourself to gain the boost automatically from touching the yellow part of the rail with the wheelie power-up, and then you hold on to that boosted power after the yellow rail ends, and you'll keep that momentum for much longer and take a larger boost or jump off the end of the rail. So that saves a few seconds there. That's not something you can do on lap 2 because the wheelie power-up will not spawn. And then there's some slight movement tech you can do with Warp Star. Like when you're boosting on a dash panel, you can hold drift. You can hold the direction while drifting up to about 60, 75 degrees. And you'll retain a lot of your speed, a lot more than if you just went straight forward and didn't hold boost at all. You would decelerate a little bit faster. Do not want to get the wing power up. So again, this is all working off the fact that you get a small speed boost when you KO enemies, specifically in the time attack mode. Lap 2, pretty straightforward. Lap 3 is going to be difficult because there's going to be a wheelie bike that spawns early, but you do not want that wheelie power-up. It's bait. It'll run out at the wrong time and you won't be able to do the rail tech, so you have to wait for the later one. You have to play around it. Ooh, bomb. Again, the bombs in this... Oh. And a mic? Wow. Accidental mixes into a bomb and a mic. Now, I definitely have never done that before.
We got one!
Yes, that is a first for me.
It counts!
That sounded a little disappointed at the end there. What was that about?
No, we gotta. I actually like have a pact with no one in particular, but we gotta have at least one that's never happened before per show.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's simply the rules. It's simply the rules of make your own victory.
Oh, that was interesting. Okay, so the wheel ran out right at the end there, but I still got most of the benefit. That was actually really good. This might be a pretty good time. A good time on this for me is like a 3:30. Yeah, basically a 3:30. You can see my lap 1 and 2 is 1:10. So if I get a 1:10 here, it'll be like a 3:31. Pretty good. And And of course, the time to beat is 3:55. You can use the strategies you see here to complete this checkbox if you're working on 100%ing this game before Air Riders comes out proper, which I know a lot of people are. And I see a lot of people in particular struggle with ones like this, and also with King DDD in the city trial mode. So if you're struggling with King DDD in particular, definitely go back and watch the city trial run from last night. Also, that's the end of Time Attack. We can get into free run next, but now is a great time to run some ads.
Yeah, sounds good. So on our longer shows, or longer runs in our shows, we like to take a break in the middle of those runs so that we can stretch, so that you, the viewer, can stretch, and so that we can run ads to support this channel. Thank you so much to everyone who's come in. I've seen a couple people come in with resubs or gift subs. Your contributions also help keep our shows running. If you're enjoying the stream, you can consider subscribing for exclusive emotes, ad-free viewing, and access to chat during replays. If you can't, you can also support the stream by just letting other people know that Hotfix is here and Hotfix is happening year-round. Share the Games Done Quick channel with your friends. We super appreciate it. But we are going to take a quick break before the thrilling conclusion of Air Ride 100%. So I encourage you, get up, stretch, get some water, pet a small animal near you if that is an option, and we will be right back. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Make Your Own Victory. We have rounded the corner, revved our engines thoroughly, and here after the break with the thrilling conclusion of Kirby Air Ride 100%. Please welcome back Blue Candy.
Thank you. We're going to get into free run here. This has some of the hardest checkboxes in the game, so return to time in 3, 2, 1. There we go. All right, so no enemies, no enemy boosts, just pure driving and understanding of the course. So on Fantasy Meadows, we have to finish in under 21 seconds with Wagon, which will take two laps. And we also have to race a lap while never dropping below 20 miles per hour, which will be the second lap, hopefully. So that is what we must do here. Takes 2 laps. It's impossible to get sub 21 on the first lap, unless I think Taz can do it, but I'm not actually sure on that. But it gets much harder after this. So we just need to get a double boost on this panel. That, and that should get us sub 21 for free. So a reminder, if you're just joining or coming back, that I will be getting all 120 checkboxes in the Air Ride mode in order to 100% this category, essentially. Okay, maybe I already got the 20 mile per hour checkbox. Sometimes you get it during that Rocket Star race. Okay, on Celestial, we need to finish under 57 seconds with Slick Star. So use a couple of slips to our advantage, while maintaining speed, always moving back and forth to make sure that we conserve momentum with the Slick Star. Very interesting one to drive on this course.
I assume the logic for putting free run stuff at or near the end of the run is largely about just like star unlocks.
Yes, yeah, so we get Slick Star a little bit of the way through. Oh, that's interesting. Should still be fine, I think. Let's see. Sometimes that part is finicky. So, but yeah, we get Formula Star during Time Attack, we get Bulk Star during Time Attack, so yeah, we need to unlock a bunch of things at some part of the race. Yeah, 53, I was totally fine. All right, next up is the hardest checkbox in the run. You need to finish in under 53 seconds with Bulk Star. Very particular route.
Bulk Star definitely another vehicle that stymied me in casual play.
That might not be good enough. Yeah, I'm gonna give this a quick reset. It's very, very particular. All sorts of angles that you have to take and nearly frame perfect boosts and making sure you don't accidentally take off in the wrong spot and don't lose too much speed on shifting sand places. There we go. That should be done. Yeah, much, much better. Ooh, that is interesting. I don't usually miss that. Let's see if we can just go all the way and then... okay. We'll see. Okay, that's pretty solid. Oh yeah, we're big chilling. Okay.
It's gonna be fun.
Yeah.
So that's the hardest checkbox in the run, because you can skip 3 things, right, with the purple checkboxes? What, other than obviously you mentioned?
I failed it right at the end.
Oh no!
Well, we'll do it on lap 2. It's okay. I just like doing it on lap 1 because it's impressive to do it in a single lap. But that was the gist of it. I drove 99% of it. Just don't hit the pillar at the end, and there's your sub 53. All right, you get it. Well, let me show it off again. Saving a few seconds.
Chat, you know.
Yeah, you got it. You got it. So I was supposed to come up here and hit that, but I went underneath the first time. Turns out it didn't matter, and it was interestingly pretty fast. Might have to look at that later.
But so yeah, if this is the hardest checkbox in the run that you actually do, other than glide for 1 hour, what are the things that you skip?
We skip glide for 1 hour. We skip things that are ridiculous that take a long time, like glide for 1 hour. Alright, there's that. Second or third hardest checkbox in the game is next. I actually don't even remember the other ones we skip. Oh, we skip breaking 20 platforms on frozen hillside, 20 ice platforms, which are gonna come up shortly in this part. So we need to finish in under 58 seconds with Formula, another temperamental star. And doing it on this course of all things is also very weird. So the most important part is making sure that I don't miss any of these boosters, but the ice panels were above those laser beams. And it takes a while because there's only 6 of them, so you have to wait for them to respawn and then do them like 3 times, 4 times. Okay, this looks all right. There's different floors that Formula can like maintain speed on when you're charging a boost. So you have to know where those icy floors are in particular. And then this is a very weird corkscrew section where you kind of have to tap the control stick in order to not lose all your speed like that. No way, we were fine.
Oh.
Okay, second try on both of these. So the estimate now is going to be my worst buddy.
Nah, we got this. Chat believes in you.
Once again, I did 99% of it, and then he just decided to stop dead for no reason right at the very end. So that's 2 in a row of that. Why not? Let's just show off the course even more. This second lap will probably be like a 51 second time just to spite me. I actually just play that part perfectly. Sure.
That's always how it goes. When the stakes are low, it immediately becomes the best gameplay you've ever done.
Yeah. It's not that I even have nerves on this. I like this category so much, I'm not even nervous to show it off. I just want people to enjoy it and maybe even consider playing it on their own. Yeah, 51. Called it. Alright, there's race 100 laps, which unlocks Nebula Belt. Next up, we're going to do Turbo Star in under 1 minute and 1 second. How Magma flows. Typically finish with 56 seconds remaining here. Right about there. Or 56 remaining. 56 total raced. So about 5 seconds of leniency. You can tilt forward turbo just a bit there, hold up a little bit, and then straighten yourself out for the good landing. That will give you a little bit more forward speed while gliding wherever possible. And then the way to boost forward with turbo is you have to be drifting a pretty sharp angle in order for the charge meter to go up quickly. Otherwise, you'll just stop dead and the charge meter won't move at all. So a little bit of a quirk of the vehicle. As long as you're drifting while charging, you're good. Good. All right, Beanstalk Park. This is the second hardest checkbox in the game if Formula Star isn't. This is the one, the casual nightmare, because you can do all the other ones that I said were the hardest ones on different vehicles. This one you have to get this time on Wing Star in particular. So casuals have to do this to 100% Kirby Air Ride. Usually
that
they
does
do it
sound
on
dangerous.
Yes, usually they do it on the second or third lap because the starting rings spit you out at a high speed to start the second lap. And that is the problem. That part right there, if you don't hit that dash panel and you just slide around, then you're not going to finish in under 58 seconds on the first lap. So a little bit tough. But we have a few strategies to save a couple of extra seconds of time, like spinning against the wall there to get a takeoff. The swing star moves faster in the air. And then, of course, double boosting on all those dash panels. I don't know what the devs were thinking, putting something as hard as this in, and then, like, other checkboxes that are just completely free with different vehicles. The disparity is immense. And it always was an interest of mine. How did that come around?
I mean, it seems... Again, my speedrunning history is like Hollow Knight and its pantheons, but I'm like, yeah, no, it seems fair to have some challenges in the game that are just gonna be for the sickos.
Yep. And this is good. Sub 58, second try, halfway through a reset, not too bad. 56.
Nice.
And lastly, we will do Rocket Star on Checker Knights in under 1 minute and 15 seconds. I also see a lot of casuals struggle with this one, which always took me by surprise, but I suppose it makes sense.
And it looked like that brought us up to 99 checkboxes.
Correct. At 100, there is something special that will happen.
Cool. I'll let you take the lead on that. But yeah, as a reminder, this is 100%, which gets all 120.
Yes, 120 checkboxes. So
or I guess technically 117 plus 3.
115 plus 5.
115 plus 5.
Yes, 5 free checkboxes. Thank goodness. Thank goodness for 5. So I will get the 100th checkbox, and remind me what show we're on again. What is this one called?
This is Make Your Own Victory. It's the non-credits show.
Non-credits show. Okay, so we're gonna make our own victory with a golden checklist. You know, getting all 120 of them. Yay! A fun noise plays. We're so happy that the game gave it to us. But yeah, at 100, we are going to see some names pop up of, you know, Japanese developers and Nintendo and so forth. Don't pay any attention to this. It's fine. It's fine. Oh, you didn't even see their names. Okay, that was nothing. That was just a little cinematic, right?
Fine. Okay,
Absolutely.
chat, hear me out. Chat, hear me out. This is so important. You unlock the credits video. It's legally distinct. Also wild to me that the like credits video is at 100 in Air Ride, 100 checkboxes in Air Ride's mode. Is there a credits video checkbox in City Trial or Top Ride, or is it just that specific?
They're actually all at 100 for all the modes. Yeah, they all have different credits. And they're always at 100 exactly. All right, so we're doing the cleanup section now that we have not watched any credits. I have to swallow 20 enemies and finish in first on Fantasy Meadows. We're going to do that. We're also going to finish in first while taking damage, 8, 9, which is why Bulk is sitting there, and I will control that player at the end, right at the finish line. 10, other one didn't spawn, interesting. We also have to finish in first the Sleep and Needle at some point. 11, 12, and Fire, which I did forget to do. Interesting. That one, I completely spaced it. Maybe I did get it on 15, 14 on Frozen Hillside, and I just wasn't wary of it. Usually the fire enemy spawns at the end of Frozen Hillside, so... 16, hello Brontobert. Where did you come from? We might have to do a little bit of looking for fire. 18, 19... 20, and maybe one extra for safety. Oh, don't grab that. That's going to cause Bulk Star to move out of the way. It's going to be like, oh my goodness, why? All right, so there's 20. There's that. Okay, so now we're going to do the sword challenge, which is to swing your sword exactly 10 times and place first. So this one's kind of annoying. There's a sword. Easy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oop. 10. Alright, so now we cannot swing anymore. hit anything, but also keep driving forward because you don't want to just sit in the same spot. And then we're also going to finish with Needle this time around. Easy to do on fantasy modes. Unless I see a sleep enemy spawn at the end. Which I do not. Alright, nice and easy there. Maybe I didn't get the sword challenge yet? Maybe I had it already somehow. Okay, well, whatever that was. Up next, we're going to do the same thing on Checker Nights. We're going to swallow 20 enemies. We're also going to finish in first while swallowing Wheel 3 times. So that was something I was trying to go for on Sky Sands, and I only had 2 of 3. The third one just decided not to spawn at the end. Just did that late. So swallow 20 total enemies here. There's a nice and easy part where they all spawn in continuously in the second half of the lap. Oh, I did not want that sword. Look at these wheelies, so nicely placed for me right here. Why do I have this sword? Whatever.
Free run is a brutal segment of this run.
Well, yeah, we're done with free run. This is called the cleanup.
The cleanup section.
The cleanup section, yep. And there's a lot I need to clean up. My checkbox count is pretty low. All right, now I just have to sit here because I swallowed this. We're at 4 total enemies swallowed. These guys are going to be our fodder for getting up to 20. No longer in Kirby Air Riders. They are the main star as well, but for now, we need to utilize their utility, if you will. 11, 12. 13.
Actually, it's because of treatment like this that they banded together and demanded to gain full rider inclusion in the sequel.
Exactly. Right, I believe that was swallow 200 enemies total. We're at 17 right now. There's this guy, which I would like to grab if I can. Please get out of the way, sword. Okay, thank you. That's 18, so now another one might spawn here. Okay, good. Brought it through. Just make sure we get 20 total here. It is possible to do this 20 total while doing the time attacks part of this run. And that's pretty difficult to make sure you position yourself perfectly for the lap glitch while also getting 20 total swallows. Usually you don't combo 3 wheelies with that, you just go as fast as possible. And the distance races are always 2 minutes long. So you can see I'm at 2:05 now. I would not have had enough time to do this. All right, so there's that. We're at 109, we need to be at 111. Okay, so we have the Frozen Hillside, Sleep, Finish, and I think it's just Sleep and Fire finish. Let's double check that. Oh yeah, there's the Trapdoor on Sky Sands. Sleep, Fire, and Trapdoor on Sky Sands. 112 finish. All right, so let's do that real quick. So we'll do 1 lap, Sleep bulk here. Somehow I did not get this. I could have sworn that I did that on the time, but it just doesn't work on the time race apparently. You never can tell sometimes. There's just so many different properties of things you'd never expect. But no problem. We'll make it work. It does say exactly 3 times for some things. If you do them 4 times, it doesn't work. But I'm pretty sure I didn't do it 4 times. So. There we go. That should work. It'd be beautiful if the game gave me a fire enemy at the end here. Fire enemies can spawn toward the finish line on Sky Sands. I think Sleep can too, but it's pretty rare. All right, we got neither. Perfect.
Enemies do not seem to be playing ball today.
Yeah. We're going to race on Nebula Belt once, so you get to see this course. Specifically, we're going to utilize this course to finish with Sleep in first place by using these copy roulettes you see here. And this is pretty difficult. Might take me a couple tries. It's about a minute to traverse the course with Formula Star, 50 seconds or so. And then the copy roulette will cycle through consistently the same abilities in a row, all of them for 2 frames apiece. So you have to know where in the roulette you are when you pause buffer, and you can get Sleep. Not easily, and it might take me a couple tries. And also you need to be going fast enough by the time that you select Sleep so that you can cross the finish line before you wake up, because it doesn't last that long. So it means you have to backtrack quite a ways to this last this last question mark panel here. All right, so let's see if we can. frame 2 of sleep. I actually paused on sleep first try, which is amazing. But
Suffering from success.
when I pause buffer, it does the next frame. So if you're on the second frame of sleep, you'll get the first frame of sword. Whereas if you're on the second frame of wheelie, you'll get the first frame of sleep. So 2-frame window, but we can't tell where in it we are, of course. I was C. So that is an example of the copy roulette ending before I even chose one. So I have to be fast enough to even select it, but I was in the wrong part of the roulette the entire time. Not too bad. One record I had, I literally spent 2.5 minutes doing this. So
Oh no.
it can happen. If only it was more consistent than 2 frames. Shasta let me know that every other game, the copy roulette is 4 frames per ability, so.
I was going to ask that because it felt tight to me, and from what I recall of, we've had like Beam Queen Soul on the show before, playing Amazing Mirror, and just other Kirby games. Shoutouts to the Kirby franchise. Where are my Squeak Squad enjoyers at? It felt tight. That's so mean, actually.
Alright, so here I'm just going to play through Frozen Hillside because the chance that a fire enemy will spawn at the end of the lap is very, very high. Nice and easy way to do this. Much easier than trying to get fire out of that copy roulette, as we saw. Plus, I like this course, and I like playing 6 stars, so excuse to do it. Somehow it slipped my mind to look for the fire enemy when we were playing through this earlier, so not sure how that happened. But I must have just not had one spawn at the end and then being like, oh, that's fine. Surely that doesn't mean anything. But just an example of like all the things that I need to keep track of and look out for. Even the simplest of things can just become an issue on one run in particular when they just decide not to spawn. There he is. 2 of them in. Alright, see, that was just totally free. And now we're going to take a purple checkbox and get Rex Wheelie from 100 or more enemies with exhales stars. So that means we can do time attack on machine passage with Rex Wheelie. We need to hit this in under 250. Usually a good time is sub 230. This one's very important to chain enemies together with the plasma power-up in particular. Only got one there, that's fine. So you need to budget your plasma use, in particular with this vehicle, across all the laps that you play. And another quirk of the wheelies is that they will skid on certain surfaces, and if you're not listening, you won't hear the little like squeaking noise that you're skidding. You will actively lose speed while you're skidding. So it's really important that you just have to tap A when you realize that you're skidding and correct that. That's good.
That sounds like it seems very fortuitous that only Rex Wheelie has an unlock requirement difficult enough to be worth the purple check box, and also that there's relatively few goals gated behind it.
Yes, only one instance of it being used. Unlike Wheelie Bike, which has none. Or Wheelie Bike. He does see his time, though, because coincidentally in the all tracks no duplicate vehicles where you have to use the best vehicle per course without a duplicate in your route, Wheelie Bike is the best on this course in that run, so it's pretty cool that he does at least see some usage.
Also, I do love an all tracks, no dupes, like things like that where it's very easy. I think this is true of racing games. I think this is true of like creature collectors, like your Pokemons, like things that are like, we're going to force you to not play this game with exactly one loadout as a speedrun are very, very cool to me. That's also why I like this category and the city trial hundo as well.
I agree. I was almost inspired to run no dupes, but it is a bit of a grueling grind, so that'll be something I look for in Air Riders, actually. I'd love to see how no dupes works in that, since there's so many more vehicles. Lots to explore.
Yeah.
Nice, sub 230. And that means I think I go over estimate just a little bit, but all we have left is checkbox filling out, and then you'll see the golden list for Air Ride in just over an hour. So 1,000 enemies takes forever to defeat. That's why we do that. Fight for an hour. That didn't happen. There's no credits there.
Did you just replay?
I accidentally pressed A. Time.
How could you? GG.
Totally unintentional. I didn't mean it. Make your own victory by selecting it. Should I play them now? Do you want to see them now?
No.
No. Okay.
Get that out of here.
Get that out of here.
That's so funny.
There you go.
GG.
City Trial 100% last night, Air Ride 100% now. 2/3 of the game is done. Now you just go through Top Ride, which is a monstrously chaotic run with all routes going everywhere. You have to do 9 of these and then 8 of that and 17, 500. Yeah, it would be impossible to keep along with. It's a wild time. So a headache I will save you from, but if you like 100% of this game overall, Top Ride is included in that, and I have the record in that on my YouTube channel. So very good run. I'm thrilled that Kirby Air Ride is in the state it is for speedrunning. It is so satisfying, and it's perfect timing with Air Riders coming out. So just a beautiful thing all around. And thank you so much for letting me do this run in particular with the accessibility component of it, Quack. This is something I wanted to show off for a while since this was introduced, and a very kind viewer made this 3D printed briefcase for me to be able to run this again.
Yeah, I'm so glad we had the opportunity to show it off. It's a sick run. You are a sick runner. Before you go, let the people know where they can find you on the internet and what you're up to.
Yeah, just for a little bit longer, I'm just playing Kaizo Ironmon and Pokemon Emerald right now. I love Kaizo Ironmon runs. They're just like challenge versions of RNG improv runs like City Trial in this game and Animal Crossing City Folk. You'll see me there at GDQ 26. I am very much looking forward to that. So if you don't find me between now and then, you might see me there and you'll find me there. Whatever suits your fancy, I don't mind. I'm just happy to have you for whatever interest you share with me, because I play the speedruns that I want to watch people do. So hopefully I've inspired someone to play either City Trial or Air Ride in the last 24 hours, because if you do that, I would absolutely love to watch.
That's incredible. Make some noise in the chat one more time for Blue Candy, y'all. When we come back, we are going to keep our racing day at Make Your Own Victory full speed ahead. I'm running out of racing puns already. It's bad. When we come back, it is going to be Dr. Robotnik's Ring Racers, so don't go anywhere. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Make Your Own Victory, the GDQ Hotfix show where we attempt to capture 100% of the joy of speedrunning in 0% of the completed video games. As we move on in our racing/GDQ submissions episode, I am very excited for this next one, because if you have been following from SGDQ 2025, you may have seen a teeny tiny snapshot of Dr. Robotnik's Ring Racers from our very next runner, MathCat. But this was a category that I saw on the submission website, and the way to my heart for all of you in Twitch chat is, I made this category up. That makes me so happy. And here to share the joy with us all with Dr. Robotnik's Ring Racers Jack Spray Can Rally, please welcome to the stage, MathCat.
And, thank you so much, Quack. So, all spray cans, or 100 spray cans. It's not necessarily all spray cans anymore, because as of the most recent updates of the game, the game now tracks spray cans past the first 100. So, but I do call it Jack Spray Can Rally, 1, just because I think it makes a very funny abbreviation, and 2, because when I first did this run myself, it was as my usual main Jack Frost. So, a little bit more preamble. The idea here is to collect 100 spray cans. My selection may not be the most optimal, but it is like most easygoing. I know, like, if anyone here is like more used to playing Ring Racers casually and you're still struggling to collect all 100 spray cans, then this is probably like the easiest way to get around that to me. We'll be doing this on the Gear 3 speed, because obviously that's the fastest we can go. Well, without a certain password, but ignore that. As for item sets, we will be using triple sneakers for obvious reasons. Let's just go fast, and a lot of these spray cans do require us to make some technical jumps. We will also be using the pogo spring. Now, none of these spray cans necessitate you use this outright as an individual item. There are some spray cans that are locked behind using it, but you don't necessarily need it per se. However, it is really useful for cheesing a few of the trickier ones, or if I make a mistake and I need to like recover quickly. So I guess time will start as soon as I start on Robotnik Coaster. So for that, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck.
All right. So, Robotnik Coaster is a really quick one. It's literally just that jump behind a tripwire. This one's also very fast, because it's just a little secret jump you can make.
Oh, I'm already so excited for the pace of this run. What's the biggest, like, what is the most track completion you need to get for a spray can in this run?
No completion, really. You just need to have access to the course in most of these cases. Oop.
I love that energy.
Yeah, I mean, as for progress within the course themselves, some of them are hidden very deep in a course. Some of them are very easy to get outright. Some of them require doing some weird things. I'm like overthinking this part. You have to just skim over the water for this one. Storm Rig is a skip. Lucid Pass is a skip. Autumn Ring is next. My main criteria for like the ones that I skip are mostly like ones that kind of require either using more items than these two, or ones that are on like very weird jumps. So like Storm Rig, for example, I skipped that one because it's tucked right behind a obstacle you have to use a banana for.
And so you mentioned that it used to be all and has since become less than all. What is the like in-game consequence of collecting 100 spray cans?
Well, I mean, spray cans are just how you unlock alternative color palettes for all the characters. You always get one for free if you do the tutorial, but the rest of them are locked behind the courses. And it's just nice aesthetic choicing. You never like need them per se specifically.
Hey, that's after my own heart. I love seeing like, hey, oh, this is a cosmetic, and we're building a speedrun out of that.
Mm-hmm. All right. Cascade's next. But yeah, another reason I really like this category in particular is just because of the normal ring racers categories that are on like the ASRC boards. Like, there isn't really a fast one that gets you through all the there isn't a fast one that lets you see a lot of the courses per se. Like any percent will only let you do the first 7 cups, and then all cups is a like 6-hour run. So this is like a good way to like make a compromise of that. You can still see a lot of the courses across the entire game, but while still not taking too much time out. And so how did you first become like,
how did you first get into speedrunning this game? Because I learned shortly before this run began that this is, you know, a reimagining of a reimagining, and if you trace it back far enough, you get to the Doom engine. So how did you find, like, you know, a modded racing game as a major speed game?
Well, if I remember correctly, I think I was watching, when I first discovered this game, it was like watching like Leif Farrow and his friends just play it casually. Well, not Ring Racers, but SRB2K, and then I learned from a friend of mine that like Ring Racers existed, and it was very hard for them in particular. But I was like very fascinated by the idea of But I was very fascinated by the game, so I wanted to like give it a look myself and like see what it was like. And I was very bad at it myself at first. Like net games on this game are very, very brutal if you're not ready.
I feel like that's a lot of racing games. I feel like that's a lot of Sonic racing games, especially in this moment. Shoutouts to the Kart World enjoyers of right now.
But yeah, but eventually I like found out about one of the alternative game modes to this this title in the form of the SPB attacks. I am not making that jump well. But the SPB attack is like a very interesting alternative mode for me, because it is another thing that like is very challenging at first, but learning how to run in that was like a very useful way for me to like learn how to just play the game in general. And after that, I was like, well, can I take this further? And then I found out that there was like a little bit of a speedrunning scene for this game. And that's where I ended up. Bronze Lake is next.
I'm just peeping the music selections. I've seen Rivals of Ether on here, seeing Hot Wheels. This is great.
Oh yeah, no, the music selection here is excellent. I know 2 of them are my own replacements, but like most of these have been choiced out by the developers themselves, and like there are also a few originals in here as well. Like the main menu music is all original. The a few of the courses have original renditions. Even the most recent update brought a new version of Death Egg, which we'll hear later on.
Nice.
I'm panic pressing a few of my buttons here. It's I did try to keep these mostly easy to do, but this Bronze Lake one is proving to be a little bit tricky.
It's good. It's just setting up the RNG minute for later in the run, surely.
I was about to say that's not necessarily true, since all item picks are fairly easy to read. That being said, the 2.4 update did actually like change the roulettes to be a little bit more randomized in normal play. It doesn't matter here, but due to like trying to adjust for making the item selections a bit more balanced among choices. There we go.
Nice. Yeah, just looking at that, I can see why All Cups is a 6-hour run. Jeez.
Yeah, there's a lot. There we go. Monster City is next.
Seeing from chat, roulettes in 2.4 dynamically adjust based on how well you're doing in the race overall.
Yeah.
Is that like the... Is that common for racing games? I don't know. I'm showing my inexperience as an actual player of racing games here.
No, and even then, like that change was like a very new addition. You don't get to see it. You don't like again. You don't get to see it here, but one of the biggest one of the where am I going with this? But you might notice, like next to the lap counter, there's like a new counter there. That's EXP, and it tracks how well you're doing in the race relative to other players each time you cross one of the checkpoints. And as such, that's how it impacts your item odds. So the better you're doing, the better the items you pull are if you're playing from behind.
That makes sense. That's a cool way to handle that system.
Yeah, I haven't really had a chance to actually like do a new any percent run with that, because there's a lot of like things that have changed that have like made it a whole different game to play.
I feel like in some respects that's the speedrunning mods experience. Like sometimes changes could just sort of drop out of nowhere. I guess that's true these days for full video games as well. But modding communities, I feel like maybe that's just my history.
Well, we did have a pretty like sizable testing phase for 2.4, which was really cool to see.
Nice. And so I gotta ask the question. How long have you been a Sonic fan? How far does it predate Robotnik's Ring Racers?
Can't really say I'm like a big Sonic fan per se personally. Like I've always been like a big fan of like Sonic Unleashed in specific, if that's any indication, but yeah, otherwise not really something I thought much about.
That's super real though. I just know that, like, you know, a lot of franchises we're seeing on the show today, you know, Kirby has some diehard energy, Sonic obviously has some diehard energy. By no means a requirement to speedrun the games, but it's always fun to hear stories of like how you engage with the community at large. And speaking of the community at large, you're running this game, if not this category, for Black and the Flash's upcoming event, right?
Yep. This exact same category.
This exact same category. Let's go. I'm very excited for speeding through the holidays. And generally, shout outs to Black in a Flash. You have no idea what I'm talking about in the audience. Black in a Flash is a community that uplifts and connects Black speedrunners of all levels, hosting special events throughout the year to raise money for charity and celebrate Black voices in the speedrunning scene. You can learn more or apply to get involved yourself at gdq.gg/BAF. And also drop a follow on blackinaflash.bsky.social on Blue Sky. The schedule for speeding through the holidays just recently came out. It's going to be at the very end of this year, like December 27th and 28th. Lots of cool names on it. Dr. Robotnik's Ring Racers is kicking off a little Sonic block.
Anyways, if anyone remembers, this cup that I'm currently on is part of the was on the run that I ran at SGDQ earlier this year.
Yeah, and was that your first GDQ stage appearance?
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Accidentally cut that corner. Oh yeah, they made Pico Park longer, by the way. It's now 12 laps, so if this ever comes back, that'll be a fun one.
Times like these, I am grateful for the spray can rally conceit. Kart Racer City Escape is also genius.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. Yeah. I did not build up enough speed for that one, but that's fine. There we go.
So you mentioned Jack Frost being your main. Is that for specific tech reasons, or is that just purely player preference?
Mostly player preference. Prior to 2.4, prior to 2.4, the any percent meta and like individual cup meta was to run a Class C character. However, I don't really like playing in Class C myself, so Jack Frost is also like the best choice beyond that, since he's only just a little slower than them. And as you can see here from like the player selection, this is like near the higher end of the speed end here. Like Sonic is your usual choice for that.
Sure.
But yeah, it's a fair trade-off in my personal opinion.
And style points do matter.
Oh yeah, I guess I should probably also explain what the trade-off is for going for a slightly slower character, is that both SRB2K and Ring Racers operate on a sliding scale. So for the x-axis is a matter between a trade-off between speed and acceleration, and for the y-axis it's weight versus handling. So Jack Frost here is a pretty lightweight character, middling speed, but on the upper end. So by going for losing a little bit of speed, I do get a little bit more acceleration, which is nice for the normal speedrunning category, since you do have a better recovery game if you end up falling behind for any reason.
I like that as a consistency strat. Oh, that's a rude spray can placement for, like, casually figuring that out.
Oh, yeah, no. And even when I was, like, first doing my first attempt at, doing all spray cans, I did end up, like, goofing that one up a few times, because it is, like, a very hard angle to hit.
Did you collect all the spray cans casually before going into the speedrun? Or did you have a route to start?
No, I actually hadn't, like, done that before. Like, luckily there has been, like, some videos, like, showcasing, like, where to find all the spray cans, but I thought it would be very interesting to, like, show it all in, like, one continuous run, instead of, like, just seeing where the locations are, per se.
Yeah, absolutely.
We do... Pretty sure we skip Hydra City. Yeah.
Yeah, I do see people in the chat chiming in. I don't think I ever found that spray can naturally. Never knew that was there at all. If anyone did play this, because again, I am not a racing game girly myself, but if anyone did attempt this sort of challenge casually, I'm curious what the success rate was like, because some of these seem mean.
Yeah, it's kind of surprising how much is, like, hidden within some of these courses. Like, this isn't even, like, scratching the surface of, like, some other secrets that are in here. I might try and, like, show off one of a certain location that people might be interested in seeing later on that isn't necessarily related to this run, but will, like, clue them in on, like, there are some more things to be seen.
Ooh, nice. Yes, and I also do see, and we get this very brief. Hi, Knuckles. Okay, never mind. That's more important. You can keep your Hydra City discourse in the Twitch chat. Knuckles is here now instead.
go.
Nice.
So next is Spring Yard.
So did this game drop with like 4 billion and 6 cups, or have they been steadily adding in more tracks over time?
This, when it first launched, was like all 150 tracks.
Wow.
And that's not even mentioning like all the battle stages as well. And fun note, even this update added in a few more tracks.
That was gonna be my next question, was like, are they still adding major content into the game, like tracks and stuff?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Like, one of them was
like
to replace an old one, but the other ones are completely new. Let's see. Next is Hot Shelter. What? Took that turn a little too tight.
Fine. Didn't dunk, and that's what matters.
Yeah, some of my lines are a little bit awkward here just because I'm usually used to playing under Gear 2 speeds, even when speedrunning.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oop.
I do see a question in chat asking about how many cans we're at, and sort of broader question beyond that. How are you like tracking your meta progress here? I assume eventually for run completion there is like a full spray can screen to see it, but is this just about like knowing what tracks you've done?
It is more kind of knowing what tracks I've done, and you might have noticed like I kind of did end up skipping over Hard-Boiled Stadium after trying it a little bit.
Yeah.
I have like a little markdown document next to me right now, like keeping track of like which ones I want to actually do.
Nice.
Oop. Let me see if I can actually hit this right. Why does it keep throwing me off like a lip jump? That's weird. Anyways, that little secret I was mentioning about, look up there. That's all you need.
You'll miss it.
That's all you need to know for a little extra meta progression.
Ah, don't tease you like this. I might have to pick up this game.
But yeah, I think if I've been doing all my spray cans correctly, this should be, we should be in the 40s now.
What's your PB in this category?
Like 1:20, 1 hour 20 minutes. That sounds about right.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I bet anyone who's played Ring Racers casually has known about the infamous 12 laps of this course, which isn't necessarily really true. It's really just that this is a 3-lapper with 4 sections. The 2.4 update did like update that for clarity that it is still 3 laps actually, but this track is infamous for being a very long endurance race.
Like I say, yeah, that mini map looks intense. Yes, I am seeing a lot of 12 crazy laps in the chat.
I quite like that spray can because it does like give you like a little hint there that you can like make a cut there if you want to.
That is very cool when the optional stuff is letting you know about things that you can take into racing.
And then we do not do that one.
Avant-Garde is so good.
Yeah.
Even in my relatively limited Sonic knowledge, I'm seeing, yeah, a lot of history here.
Yeah. Right, I gotta line myself up properly for this one, because this one is a little bit of a tricky jump.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah. I realized I goofed there and used my sneakers too early because I do need to jump. I need to get past that tripwire that was right beforehand. But yeah, you want to hold on to at least one of these to get through it, because otherwise you have to do a really awkward jump to try and like sneak your way in, which bit awkward. Oop. And we skip. Dimension Disasters next.
Oop.
Now, the intentional way to get this one is to just use sneakers to run off in the water, but you can just do that.
Slightly anticlimactic.
Where am I now? I'm on Broke Up? Not Broke Up. Where? Oop.
God, yeah, I think these small adjustments on Gear 3 seem kind of nasty.
Yeah, it's like it's really tricky to know how much you should cook a spin dash for, because you don't want to like overshoot if you're trying to do like a off-road jump like that.
Okay, so for the lay viewer, which includes me, can you explain what is going on with the cool jumps? Because we've seen them a couple times. It looks like a double jump in midair almost.
So the trick spring is a well, normally it's just a normally it's on Normally it's an on state, it's just like a map specific thing. You'll get these panels that will give you a trick input to do, and if you do it correctly, you get a you do make a jump in whatever direction you press, or upwards if you input down. Normally it's just part of a map set piece, but this item lets you do it on command. And I usually just use one randomly for the benefits of it, because if I don't need it for a specific trick, just because you do get a passive speed increase temporarily after doing a trick, which is called voltage.
Makes sense. Again, for relatively low rhythm, for relatively low racing game play experience, I have not seen up tricks, double jump tricks in many games before. That's really cool. And I also want to say shout outs to the people in chat who immediately jumped in with the explanation as well. I love communities like that. We had a good talk about accessibility, like physical accessibility during the Kirby Air Ride run. Community engagement, also a part of accessibility. Get people to play your favorite video games.
Actually, on the note of physical accessibility as well, this the 2.4 update actually did bring like some really nice accessibility features to this game. There's now a reduced flashing, there's been a lot of improvements to the reduced flashing setting, which is nice for anyone who's wanting to like play this, but like is seeing a lot of visual acuity going on here, you know?
Yeah.
We do not do Azure Axiom because I learned the hard way that I cannot do Azure Axioms Oh, actually, no, I could do Ozraxiums because they recently changed that as well. A few of the spray cans did get their locations changed in 2.4. In my 2.3 run of this, Ozraxium ended up like wasting so many minutes of my time because I couldn't get the trick right for it. Oop. But yeah. I'm having a bit of a tricky one with this one, though. Because you have to do a grab drop really quickly there to get that spring.
Oh, there's a second spring. I was like, what? Yeah.
And then this one is just very easy. You just back up a little bit and do this.
I mean, look, they can't all be death-defying jumps.
Tundra's next.
So I guess something I didn't ask before. Have you run all cups before?
Oh no. I've been
Okay.
I kind of want to, but also it's a very long one.
Yeah, I mean, 6 hours is not an easy one-sitting speedrun to do for a lot of reasons. I was sort of curious, like, to what extent is your playtime on some of these tracks, you know, especially tracks that, like, aren't at any percent, is it just, like, whatever part of the track you need to get a spray can?
No, I've actually played, like, all these regularly with some amount, casually at least. And, like, if you play online with people, you are guaranteed to, like, play through all these eventually.
That makes sense.
But yeah, I've done. But even if I haven't been able to speedrun all these cups all together, I have done a few like individual cup runs where you just do that cup on its own. Like obviously
Oh, go ahead.
Oh yeah, no, I was gonna say like obviously like my recent SGDQ run was that.
Oh no. I'm seeing something in chat that I need you to confirm for me, MathCat. Is it true that they added a button that blows up your character instantly?
Oh yeah! That's the downside of this sort of run. I don't get to like show off Ring Bale in its perfect glory. But yes, one of the biggest changes to 2.4 is the introduction of the Ring Bale mechanic. So, like, anytime you are above neutral zero count of rings, you can press the LB button to blast your card out in a bunch of speed, burn all your rings, drop whatever item you're holding if you have one. It gives you a huge speed boost, but it's incredibly risky because it sets you to -20. And -20 rings is the part you are at where if you get hit by anybody, you will die.
That's unfortunately so funny and means I do have to pick up this game immediately.
Oh yeah, no, it's really funny to see in like normal net gameplay, because like sometimes people will press the ring bell button like at the end of a race trying to like catch that last second position win, but then they bump into each other and both lose out.
Yeah, that's kind of peak comedy. I fear the way to my heart is a button that kills your character instantly, or a button that similarly explodes your character. It's funny every time, I'm sorry.
Yeah. The nice thing about it, though, is that if you do play with like some of the other mechanics, like the new introduction of overdrive, you can mitigate the effects. You can mitigate the downsides of using ring bale in a pretty nice way. Oh yeah, I guess another underappreciated aspect of the trick spring item is that it does, if someone else tries to use it after you, they get it sent, they just get flung away instead of getting to actually use it.
Wait, like for multiple instances of the same item in multiplayer races, or can you like steal items in this game?
Well, that's a tricky one, because the answer to that is no and yes in that order.
Sure.
What I mean to say is that like the spring that's deployed on the ground, if someone else tries to touch it after you've deployed it, they will get flung instead.
Gotcha.
As for stealing items, that is also a new addition in this update. If you use when you're at no rings, you can use one mechanic called the Insta Whip, where it lets you throw out it lets you throw out a quick melee attack at your opponents, which is very useful if you're trying to defend your lead. But in addition to the being a melee attack, it does now automatically steal any items picked up, any items that you hit while doing it.
That seems a little busted.
It can be, yeah. GrabTech is making a fool out of me again.
Is that like a low friction surface, the like transparent floor there? That spray can looking kind of rude.
There we go. But yeah, it is kind of it is like literally no gravity there. All right, next is Melty Manor. The timing on that jump there wasn't like as strict as it looks, but it is kind of tricky to do if you end up hitting the trick spring there instead of just falling off normally. Whoop. Whoop. Endless Mine 2 is a skip, if I recall. Yeah. Next is Quartz Quadrant.
I'm sorry, but Endless Mine 2 makes me suspect that Endless Mine was lying when it advertised itself. I don't mean to call out the Robotnik's Ring Racers devs, however.
Oop. Oh, that still works.
All right, and Mathcad, so you know we are coming up on our break time, so maybe at the end of this cup, if you can pause the game, we'll go from there.
Yeah, sure. Just gotta
Sound.
dig my way up here. Oh,
Oh, I jinxed it. I'm sorry, that's on me.
that's fine. There we go. So, yeah.
All right, perfect. So we'll go ahead and pause the timer there. For those of you just joining us, for all of the Ring Racers heads in the chat, for runs above a certain length on Hotfix, we like to take a break in the middle so that we can get up, stretch, so that our production team can rest, and so that we can run ads to support the channel. We really appreciate your support, whether that's subs, getting the word out, whatever that looks like. We are going to take a super quick break. Please ponder on what your favorite spray can decal for yourself and your life would be. And when we get back, there will be more Dr. Robotnik's Ring Racers. See you there. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the racing episode of Make Your Own Victory. We are smack dab in the middle of Jack's Spray Can Rally, and here to show you the back half of the run, it is once again Mathcat.
And thank you again, Quack. We are now at Trink Cup. We are currently at 79 out of the 100 spray cans, actually, so we are getting towards the end of it. But up next is Robotnik Winter. I'll count us down to get the timers back rolling in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
So as we head into the, I guess, the final fifth, the back half expansive, especially for something like Spray Can Rally, where, you know, you're not completing every track fully, how much would you say the difficulty of courses like scales up over the course of the game?
Well, for this category in particular, I wouldn't say it scales too hard at all, or at least for the routing that I came up with. There are certainly, like, I'm sure there's like a faster way to do 100, since we are skipping over a few courses that I think have like more trickier to hit spray cans, but might be earlier in the course. Oop. Oh, that's not supposed to happen.
What was that ankle? Game said no.
I've seen a few like awkward ramp bugs like that before. Like, I know when I was doing Press Garden SPB attacks again, I did hit one similar to that recently. That was very funny to see. Nope. Uh-oh. There we go.
First try, every try.
Mm-hmm. Dragon Spire 2 is next. But yeah, I think at most you just need to have like a little bit of knowledge of like the map structure, as well as like a little bit of like knowing to take very specific turns if you're trying to do this as fast as possible. But that kind of just goes in hand in hand with like learning anything about this game, just knowing your lines and whatnot.
That makes sense. What about for like net play or casual racing generally? Like, how wide would you say the difficulty gulf is between the first tracks and the last tracks?
I would say pretty wide. So like I mentioned Death Egg earlier. That is a very long endurance course, and even beyond that, it has a lot of like tricky turns to master. The way the courses are split up, though, it is like mostly like the seventh course of both pages are like the hardest to offer. We are doing Epic Angel next. Okay. But like I still struggle with the final course of the second page here, Thunder Piston. It is a very tricky technical track with a lot of turns that you have to account for. And like I said before, when talking about how I got into speed gaming, it's like spending a lot of time in time attack and SPB attack is probably like the best way to go for like just learning the track in general. Because it's not so much like the item play that makes you good, it's more it's not as much the item play that makes you good, though that is a very important part, but like knowing your lines is especially important. And like especially now in 2.4, because one change that we're not seeing here is that in normal race conditions, item boxes don't start appearing until you pass the first checkpoint. So you actually have to know your lines in order to like have an early advantage.
Oh, that's a really cool design choice.
Keep missing the middle dash ring there. That's awkward. But yeah. The other thing... Oh, I didn't get to mention it before, but like... When I ran any percent with Felix earlier in the year, I did mention to her before that there's like one very cool... like Super Monkey Ball does have like an appearance here in more than one way.
I did pop off internally at the Monkey Ball 1 appearance.
Yeah.
I cannot claim to be as much of a super fan as the inimitable Helix, but Monkey Ball was a lot of my GameCube era.
There we go. I wonder why that one was giving me so much trouble this time around.
And now we have planes temporarily.
Didn't mean to restart. I just wanted to go to the next. Next is Genesis Cup with I guess the other reason I kind of found like the progression of the tracks question a little bit tricky as well is that there are a few themed cups here. Like there are two courses that are there are two cups that are just designed on the on this like very small mega palette. Actually, also Mega Aqua Lake. I forgot to mention this as well. And this course got an entire redesign for 2.4. It used to be very different from this.
I mean, I'm loving the aesthetic. Those water sections, generally the like water racing looks really, really cool in this game.
Did I miss the spray can? That's the other thing, though, now, is that since it is a new design, I am kind of losing track of where it is normally. I could have sworn it was in here. Oh. It was there. I see it. Oh, let me restart. There we go. And then next is Skybab. Sky Babylon is also another course that got a huge redesign going into 2.4. And now the spray can is even easier to get than it was before because now it's just right at the start of the race. Next is Skybab. KV is a skip. Going into the recycle cups now. All right.
Sorry, the recycle cups?
Yeah. So there wasn't like an even split of cup numbers here, so there is a few extras at the end. And these are mostly kind of consist of like older tracks from the SRB2 kart days. Like this is, or older kart tracks and designs from SRB2. Barren Badlands is next.
Oh, like Recycle Cup A. Recycling. I thought it was like an action, like we're somehow remixing old. I'm with you now. Yep.
Ooh. Right, I keep... There we go.
That's a fun trick shot.
Yeah, it's a very tricky jump to read. Whoop. Almost went into the lava pit immediately. Oops.
Okay, be honest. Have you lost runs or like ILs to that before?
Well, I haven't gone to like run Recycle Cup as an individual cup before, so I can't say for realsies. But when playing casually, I have definitely made that mistake before. Now wait, how did I do this again? Yeah, that's what I did. Hi. And then recycled cup B is what we'll be closing out on.
Closing out with this cup. What did you say your PB was?
Like in like the 120-ish?
How long would you say this cup is? Because otherwise, I got some news. You are solidly pacing right now.
Yeah, like again, like my earlier runs of it were very rough, just kind of like getting the idea across first instead of like trying to play to speed. So it's good to hear on that at least. And then I believe Launch Base Classic should be our last spray can, if I've been counting correctly. So time will be when I tap it. Oop. And time.
Unreal. I'm gonna check the final pace here. You may have an opportunity to show off some more stuff here in a sec, but yeah, show off the spray can screen.
Yep.
GG. It looks like showing up on my end. Yeah, that was a 105.11 on our end. So GG, massive PV there. Obviously breaking the middle, but incredible stuff. Oh, do all of these spray cans exist for every character?
Yeah.
I've been noticing it's all showing up for Jack Frost. That's really cool.
Yeah, I'll show when we get back to the character screen. You can see that you can like select any of these colors for like any character you play. And like, there's a lot of like fun choices here.
That's cool. Well, we may come back to you and ask you to show off some more stuff because this was a wild run. GG on the impressive PB, and tell the people who you are, where you're at on the internet, and what you're up to.
All right. Well, I guess you can catch me on the MathCat on my Twitch channel. MathCat7 is like the actual YouTube ID of my channel, but it is just MathCat there. Moseydine.bsky.social for my Blue Sky. I don't stream too often, although I might be picking that up now a bit more now that 2.4 is out. But yes, I always do post my runs to either my main channel or the backup. And you can always catch me around on the Kart Crew server itself. And on that note, if anybody watching wants to ever play this game, it is free. PC, Mac, Linux. You just have to go to kartcrewdev.org if I recall correctly. There are always net games being played. There's a lot to be seen here. Like, obviously, you can see here from the challenge board there is a lot to explore, even with like all characters and all spray cans unlocked. Oh, and actually, yeah, before I forget, let me show the character screen just so that people can get like a good look at all this. There is the power of 100. And also it affects your followers as well. I didn't get to show that as well, but like you can unlock followers that just that act as your car horn as well. And they also can take any of the 100 pallets that 100 spray can pellets that you find. Anything else?
Yeah, no, I think that has been awesome. Thank you so much for Ring Racers, for Jack's Spray Can Rally. I said it as we got into the run, but it's always so cool. My favorite phrase in the world is I made this category up. And best of luck at speeding through the holidays in a month or two. Friends in the chat, shout outs to the Robotnik Ring Racers community as well. Y'all have been lovely. We are going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we will be moving from the Titanic franchise that is Sonic into this other small franchise you may have heard of called Mario Kart. When we get back from the break, we are going to be seeing Peas speedrunning some Mario Kart World for you all, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Make Your Own Victory, the show where we attempt to capture 100% of the joy of speedrunning in 0% of the completed video games. We have now crossed the halfway mark on our racing episode, and it would not be a racing episode without talking about the most dominant racing franchise in video games right now, featuring someone who is absolutely no stranger to racing games and no stranger to the GDQ stage. Here to run Mario Kart World all knockout tours, please give a warm welcome to Peas.
All right, hello everyone. I'm Peas, and this is Mario Kart Tour. Mario Kart World knockout tour. Wrong game. So as Quack mentioned, I actually have ran this for an actual a GDQ run. As a quick fill-in, little fun fact. So you can see Bowser, rocking the biker outfit and on this little real racing thing. Spoilers, that's the combo that I'll be using for the run. Let's just get a photo mode real quick. And so Knockout Tour is a brand new mode introduced in this game, and it's as the name sounds. You place actually every bottom four for every lap gets knocked out, and thankfully we're too good at the game to not get knocked out of the bottom four. Even though the AI they're very bullish. So we're gonna go ahead, choose Bowser, and I'll explain more about the stats as we get into the run here. And we're gonna run through all these, and yes, I have 3 stars in all these, but there's a chance that I may not 3-star like one of these cups because the bots can be very spammy. All right, so let's jump right into it in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck.
All right, thank you. All right, so welcome to Knockout Tour, and we're gonna be starting things off with Desert Hills. So the really nice thing about this mode is that even though a lot of this is an intermission where you just drive into the next track, we get to experience most of the courses in the game. There's actually one that we will not be playing, but I'll hop into the time trials and play that track. If you know your Rainbow Road, then yes. All right. So ideally, I actually should bag at the first set to potentially get a power item, but for some reason these bots are a little slow this time. So we're just gonna run up these triple shrooms and a banana, and then we're just gonna drive to the final track of the tour, which will be Acorn Heights, which is one of my favorite tracks in the whole game. And let me draft off Koopa real quick. Oh, that's a coin shell. So that's one of the new items they introduced in this game. And it's not one of those items that you kind of want to pull, especially in a bottom spot. You typically want power items like a star, mega mushrooms, which return from Mario Kart Wii, and just literally just anything but a shell. And you may notice that I'm not drifting as much, and that's because compared to Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, they sort of nerfed the drifting in this game. Even though mini turbos are very powerful, you have the mini turbo, super mini turbo, and then ultra mini turbo, which is essentially a rainbow. That's a green shot. I don't even know where it's going. Oh, do not hit me.
Never any doubt.
Power of looking behind just to see what's going on. So anyway, so this is Mario Bros. Circuit. Oh, we get to do a blue shell dodge. if I don't get my stuff stolen. Nice.
Very clean.
All right. And so this is this little right there. Brand new mechanic. I mean, this game is very parkour-esque. I would call it like Tony Hawk's Pro Skater in Mario Kart. Shout out to the free roam categories. All question block panels, and there's all peach medallions, and I think there's soon to be like all. I'm gonna actually burn the shroom so I can get my defense out. That's triple reds. Ooh. So, a little unfortunate that I had to use all my items there to not lose any time. But yeah, so the free roam is essentially like the closest thing that we can get to mission mode. Oh, that's our first Kamek. Nice. And it's Nabbit. We do not want to see Nabbit because it's bombs. Okay, we have to. Yeah.
Oh.
Yep. So that's actually how you unlock all the characters in the game, or at least all the enemies in the game. You have to get hit by Kamek. I believe Kamek has the same chances as the lightning bolt, so very low chances. But thankfully, with the most recent update, you actually, if you actually grab a UFO and I guess take in like one of the enemies, you can just like transform into them, and that's how you unlock them. And also, that's our first use of the rewind button, just so I don't get completely destroyed by reds. Oh, nope, gotta do it again. So the reason why I'm rewinding as opposed to taking the red is because Bowser has an extremely low acceleration stat. So like for offline knockout tour, I would say obviously like, this combo is just the best. But if you were to play online, you would use a lightweight since their acceleration is just really good. Do we get a start between? No, that's unfortunate. So these Patuis, they're very random, and we're going to be seeing them again much later. But yeah, I think I've explained most things. That pretty much this game has. Oh, we also have the charge jump. So I will be doing that later on to like, I guess, maintain my speed and also perform certain strats. Now, thankfully, there are some pretty cool setups that you can do with the intermissions, aside from just, driving forward. Also, a shout out to the cow. Can we get some...
Shout outs to the cow.
Can we get some moos in the chat? All right. So, the other track we just played was Choco Mountain for Mario Kart 64, and now we have everyone's favorite cow track, Moo Moo Meadows. For some reason, they decided to bring this track again. But they made it much bigger, have 3 item sets as opposed to 2 in Mario Kart 8. And yeah, that's pretty much that. So we are going to be seeing Moo Moo Meadows for, I think, 2 more times. Maybe 3. I've lost count. And so each of these knockout tours are going to have 6 laps. So we are essentially halfway there. Get on this this card there and say hello to these Hammer Bros here. Thankfully, these guys they're not that much of a problem. I'm gonna take this right here actually because I have a mushroom. Ooh, okay, barely avoided that Banzai build there. They actually also increased the iframes a little bit, so every time you take damage, you essentially have slightly more iframes than you used to. It may not be noticeable, but it's definitely much different than it was pre-patch. I'm actually wanting to change for a horn here so I can not have to use my rewind button to... Oh, nice feather. Unfortunately, I can't use it here because you will actually get owned by Lakitu, which is really unfortunate. Oh, that's really good. And that is one way to dodge the blue is to rewind. Oh, okay.
Wow, you were not kidding about these CPUs being spammy.
Yeah. I've had many PBs destroyed by these CPUs just smashing every item that they possibly can. But since I'm somewhat good at the game, they're not that much of a problem. Except when I'm on a good run. All right, so
That's always how it goes.
I'm gonna charge up here to get some speed and then get on this rail, save a little bit of time as opposed to going around. And so we're going through, I guess, Mario Circuit, which sounds a little bit weird since we went from Mario Circuit to basically what is going to be Acorn Heights. And can I see? Thank you. Oh, okay, it's fine. Hello to the Wiggler there. And yeah, that's pretty much mostly everything about Mario Kart World. There are 30 tracks in this game compared to the usual like 32/48. And hopefully they add more to this game. And knowing Nintendo, they're probably going to add DLC tracks like very soon, probably in the form of a shadow drop. So I have no doubt that they're going to not add DLC. Okay. Are we serious? And I can't fall off the track either. I had to rerun so many times. Out of my way, Toad.
Game really said, I need you to be acquainted with this button.
All right, so I should have had a sizable lead, but unfortunately, I got hit with like almost everything. So this is Acorn Heights. That's also like a pretty useful strategy you can do. Just get the UMT and then just charge jump. Get on this leaf here. Then get on the rails, do a little trick to get some speed. Right trick here, left trick there. I'm gonna press the B button here, get a motion trick there. Beautiful. So that cut saves like 2 seconds versus going around. And yes, you can do multiple tricks in this game. And we're gonna do a little home XA. There we go. Just to make things a little bit quicker.
Nice. GG won.
Many thanks. So, thankfully, this category allows you to either just play out the animations. Oh, that's actually a great topic to talk about. So, for the 30 tracks category, you actually want to use Swoop because it has the fastest victory animation whenever you get first, which is kind of unfortunate because I'm not a Swoop enjoyer. I'm a Baby Daisy enjoyer, if you know me very well. So
Wait, that's so funny that the animation length varies. I did not know that.
Yes. So there's like, I believe Swoop, Monty Mole, Mario. I think those are like the fastest. Like someone actually went through the effort and timed every single animation. So now, unfortunately, I did actually burn out there, which is, I mean, it's slow, but at least I can actually, get the double dice. I can actually go for a pretty nice chain. And you know how I said that a coin block is kind of bad? Well, we got the coin block. Oh, well, more coins for me, I guess. Now, what I'm not going to do is actually chain my shrooms here. I'm just going to just draft. For some reason, they decided to make the drafting hitbox much more forgiving, so it's easier to draft now, which is really nice. Watch for that boomerang. We're just gonna throw it. Just don't aim it at me, thank you. Now they actually changed the boomerangs in this game. No longer does it get rid of the item slot. Like it just stays there until its 4 charges are over. Am I getting redded? No, Baby Rosa is. Oh, that's a troll car right there. Daly's not going for me. All right. So good thing I was able to keep the shroom because I'm going to attempt a little shortcut here that was found recently. There's actually one other shortcut that I am going to go for even if I do miss this one. So what we're going to do, I'm gonna shroom through here, bounce on these trees. All right, that's fine. Good enough. Bouncing off of 2 trees still saves a lot of time. And, oh, nice. Okay. I did not expect to bounce on that pole. And so now we have a pretty sizable lead. Even though we have 16 coins. I forgot to add. Coins do matter in this game. Not as much as they did in 8 Deluxe since there's now 20 coins. So it's the coin count does scale, but not as broken as as a deluxes. Okay, don't be too res. Uh-oh. Oh! Nice. Oh! Okay.
Rude.
We still got the cut. I was a little worried that I was going to have to like rewind and do the whole cut again, which would cost me a lot of time. So, shoutouts to, I believe, Luigi Fan for, well, I didn't exactly like, he didn't exactly like teach me the shortcut. I pretty much just like watched the world record at the time, and I pretty much just learned it from them. So, again, shoutouts to also like I think like the top runners of this category as well. They've put in a lot of work in finding intermission shortcuts. So. Admittedly, I've been actually trying to get better at the racing aspect of the game, so I still got it. still a relatively new game. Ooh, am I able to fall off the track? I can't wait for this blue to come. Oh, perfect. We're just gonna drive up here, and there goes that blue.
Oh.
Yeah. So poofing the blue by falling off the track is actually the fastest way to do so, versus the rewind button. So it's like 1 second faster, I think. I haven't really timed it, but it's again definitely faster than just rewinding like all the time. And also like all the other items just skip you anyway. Okay, it's not this dash item I need to get. So whenever we get to lap 6, I actually do need to waste my items here because I'm gonna grab 2 dash items to take one little shortcut on lap 6. So now the reason why we're actually using Bowser on the real racer is because of the fact that just like Mario Kart Wii, this game has hidden stats. Like with every character in every vehicle. And in particular, Bowser has the max stats across literally everything. like on the road, in the water, on dirt even. It's a little interesting. I'm just gonna wait for that. For that right to skip. I can't get that trick unfortunately, but now using like a lightweight character, on paper, it's not good because they're really slow, but they have a really good mini turbo stat, really great acceleration, and really great handling just overall. So we're gonna actually drive on the outside here, just so the red shells can break on basically every other object, as opposed to just what I'm trailing. And also, this game essentially auto trails for you. I kind of wish they made that an option. Since I actually played 8 Deluxe earlier, I played competitive Mario Kart. We actually just won a match. I would call it like a legacy tournament since, you know, the Mario Kart World is the latest Mario Kart game. And I personally wanted to play so I don't lose all my muscle memory from 8 Deluxe.
That's real. And GG.
Many thanks. But yeah, so this is a Peach Stadium. The other track, I guess the other tracks were, I guess from the first lap, Sky High Sunday from Mario Kart 8, or I guess 8 Deluxe. Starview Peak, a brand new track in the game. Cheat Falls. I'm sorry, Dandelion Depths, then Cheat Falls, and then this is Peach Stadium, which we will be seeing. But spoilers, it's the last track for this run. Okay. So, this is where I need to waste my items here. I need to make sure to not get a box here. I mean, I could, but I'll just have to use my items anyway. So, fun fact, the Boo cannot steal certain items in this game now. So we're just gonna grab this. And gotta make sure to not chain my coin here, otherwise I can't get to the dash items, since you're guaranteed the box each lap. Now we're gonna spam our coin. And if I did everything correct, my next item box should be a dash item. Yes, I did. So, welcome to Crown City. I'll take this red, because I kind of don't want to rewind here. Just gonna use these two, and there we go. Shortcut
nice.
complete. All right. So
That's a lot of setup for a relatively like minor cut. That's cool to see that level of optimization already hitting Knockout Tour.
yeah, and oh dear, that's a lot of reds. Man, lost my train of thought because I had to make sure that. Oh wow, nice shock. I'll get bigger. Do I make it? No, I don't. Oh, okay. That was scary. I think I would have made it regardless, but had to make sure. Man, these bots are not playing any games right now.
No, they are not.
All right. Take this little no-item shortcut here. Can I get on top of this? No, I cannot. That's fine. We'll just do the regular strat, I guess. I was actually trying to go for a quote-unquote new strat for this track, but it's all good. We are out of Crown City. That was actually section 2 of Crown City. It's there are of course 3 sections to it, and I guess since section 2 is like one of the shorter ones, they just decided to make you a drive through it as one of the actual tracks. So that's pretty much 2/8 of the way there, or 1/4 of the way there. All right. And now we are going to the third cup, which is pretty cool. I would say has one of my other favorite tracks, which is Faraway Oasis, and we are starting things off with Bowser's Castle, but we're not actually playing Bowser's Castle in particular. I think we're actually driving through the Donut, which is a returning battle course in this game. I believe I could be completely wrong, since there's many courses like in this game that would make a return, but they're only accessible in the free roam. Like I think all 3 of Ghost Valley is in free roam, but they're not like it's not like an actual a playable track in the game, which is really unfortunate. Oh dear. Which, fun fact, there is no Game Boy representation in this game other than like maybe the soundtrack, which I think this game is like over 200 pieces of music. Nice blue shell. I'm gonna clip that. it just
It's about sending a message. Yeah. No. Yep.
That's not the first time that I've seen a blue do some little interesting things like during a marathon run. Whoa, okay, Wario. Gotta be a little careful with that Nana there. All right, so we're gonna cut through. Uh-oh, that's out of bounds. Don't wanna fall off there. There we go. So do not be fooled. If you go over those yellow rails, like I don't know, yellow bars, you will actually get hit by Lakitu, and we kind of don't want to get hit by Lakitu. That is a red shell. Use a stream here because I'm already already have my power item in pocket. Also, hello Toad's Factory. I remember a lot of people like wanting this track back in the ADX's booster course pack, but it's really nice that we get to see this track come back 17 years later.
Yeah, I was very glad to see it return.
All right, so good thing that was most of. Oh, I was gonna rewind that, but yeah, that was most of Toad's Factory. So I'm gonna keep this Mega Mushroom, mainly for the blue shell actually, but clearly, these CPUs are definitely rubber banding me. Oh, he got punished for that. But I'm gonna use it to take a little bit of a shortcut here. I don't remember where I should use this, but I guess you'd be better safe than sorry. Let's see if we predict the shock. If we don't predict the shock, then so be it. Typically, like what happens is that I'll use my dodge, and then for whatever reason they'll decide to pop the shock like right as my dodge ends, and that's like one of the most infuriating things ever. But thankfully it didn't happen here. So this was a little bit of a oh, nice car bounce. So this was a little bit of a Wii intermission here because we're gonna be going from Toad's Factory back to Moo Meadows for some reason. Like, again, Nintendo must really love Moo Meadows.
How so nice we drove by it twice.
Yeah, exactly.
A question I did have though is, so obviously item variance is a huge part of this run. How much variance is there on just like the open road intermissions with like traffic? Is that completely random? Is that like locked to your time of day or how fast you progress through the course, or what's the deal there?
Oh, okay. So are you asking about like the item luck in the free roam categories, or just like as I'm driving through like the traffic right now?
Just the traffic right now, like cars
Gotcha.
on the intermission tracks, what are they tied to, if anything?
So I think for the most part, the car RNG isn't like it's not as broken as it was like, let's say, Toad's Turnpike back in Mario Kart 8. Now the item variance, it actually changes depending on it actually changes each lap. I don't remember the exact item chances like off the top of my head, since 24 players. It's very finicky, but shock can be pulled basically more commonly like later on, since like, you know, it's the race is close to ending, and you kind of want, you know, like a chance to like come back and things like that. So first place variance doesn't change. It's essentially the bottom 4 spots that essentially change, and that's the Kamek. Coin coffer. Let's go. That's chain chomps. Ooh, nice dodging. Trying to think of something else with regard to that. So again, Bloons and shocks, much more common, and I think that's actually just pretty much that. Because actually, as we get into a lap 4 right now, I will not be surprised if there's going to be a lot more shocks and blues in particular. Some of these intermissions, they do have like different item set locations, so that can actually matter. Like if you're trying to pull, like, let's say a golden, and you're trying to take like a giant shortcut, which will save you a bunch of time. Like this one's item set right there, and then since we're driving in the water, some of these boxes will be moving. So you basically have a much better chance of being able to get a box. And I believe when we play the cherry rally, the Koopa Troopa Beach intermission is the shortest one in the game. So I think there's actually enough boxes to really cover for that. I was gonna try something, since there is actually a new strat that was found recently. They call it Tarzan. So, as the name sounds, you're essentially tricking off with the trees, and it's much faster than the original strat that a lot of folks used to go for. I've not learned that yet, so I couldn't really tell you how difficult it is, but all I know, it's really cool.
I do love strat names like Tarzan. Hit me with your silliest strat names.
That's probably the silliest one that I can really think of, to be honest. Oh, nice red. Now, speaking of, I wouldn't really say speaking of Tarzan, we're actually coming up to a track that I would like to call either like Madagascar or Lion King, since Faraway Oasis, it's based like, you know, like in an oasis. So these animals are so adorable. Like, shout out to Nintendo for like making like, I don't know, giving these animals like, I don't know, Mario eyes or something like that. Like, well, it's not exactly like, you know, Mario's eyes, but I like to call them like Mario eyes.
Yeah, no, I know what you're talking about. And generally, just like the environment design and vibes, you already mentioned the soundtrack with how colossal it is. Mm-hmm. It's like a good atmosphere throughout this game.
Yes.
I'm sure you in the chat didn't need me to sell you on Mario Kart World, but in case you did, I'm glad to.
All right, so one of my favorite tracks in the whole game, charge jump right here, do a little trick here, Nice. That interaction is a little bit hard, especially with Bowser on 20 coins. So get on this rail, do a little trick. I'm actually doing the easier variant of it. There's actually one slightly faster strat that you can do where you just bounce off the poles, but for safety, I'm just gonna go for what I usually know, and that was pretty much that. So that's our Oasis.
Nicely done.
And so we're almost halfway done with this run, believe it or not. Despite me getting hit by almost everything, we're still going through this really, really quickly, and that's what we like to see. We like to race and we like to go fast.
That is a big part of speedrunning, I hear. Yeah.
Yes. All right. So this one has one of my favorite tracks in the whole game. And that is Royal Shipyard, and we get to play that when we get to the very end of this cup right here. So I'm really excited. Also, shout out to Boost Cinema.
I love Boost Cinema. Maybe my favorite track. I remember when the full track list was like first announced or maybe even leaked. Like, I remember there being a diehard contingent of people being like, we're calling this Binema, right? And I thought that was the funniest thing.
Binema.
So if I ever called it Binema to you, I would like to take this moment to apologize. It didn't catch on, but I do still think it's funny.
It's so good. Yeah. All right, so we're just going to... I'm just going to use both of these. I'm going to save as much time as I possibly can. So, unfortunately, this is like the only time we get to play Boost Cinema for Knockout Tour, and we get to see Starview Peak for the second time. I think second and final time, actually. So a lot of this is going to feature ice physics and water physics in particular. So we were already driving in the water for a little bit, but I would say this is going to be a bit more difficult. And all right, so we're going to be driving outside of, I guess this is a Rosalina track, since, she already got her own ice world in Mario Kart 7, but like, whatever. We can let Rosa have another track, I suppose. All right. So I'm really itching to attempt this strat once. I'm like, a little unsure.
All right, chat, your energy to peas right now.
All right, I need to get bigger first. I believe I start right here. Hit that. Okay, I did that one completely wrong, but that's honestly okay. We can just play the game. So what I was gonna do was actually bounce off of those little poles there. I'm pretty sure that's like where I was supposed to set that up, but it is what it is. Oh, that is such a target Kamek. It's Coin Coffer again. So the really bad thing about Kamek is that, oh gracious, is that if you're in a drift and you get hit by a Kamek, it actually just straight up cancels it. So same with bullet bills. If you get hit by one, not one of my favorite changes that they made into the game. Like I've lost many races because of a Kamek, or especially on that spiral turn in Airship Fortress. I would either get poked by a bill or hit by a Kamek. My drift just goes away and it's GG's. So we're now playing my favorite track in the whole game. I might change it though, because DK Pass, like it's really freaking awesome, but I practiced so much Royal Shipyard that I love it in 7 and I love it more in this game. So we're just gonna do a little charge jump here. That's off this pole, trick off this rock, and we should be at a sizable lead. I think that this intermission has a lot of shortcuts, or I think this whole rally has a lot of shortcuts. So arguably one of the more difficult ones, given its strat difficulty. And that's pretty much that for what we have so far. I am gonna go for another cut here. It's not gonna be right here. I think it's gonna be after this bridge. Oh, and the boost stole my feather. I kind of needed that. Oh well. At least I have 20 coins. let's get on this rail here.
Okay, so someone in chat was saying, like, I forgot that coins even did anything. How much is the top speed difference between no coins and max coins in this game?
I believe about like 5%.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, which is a very big number actually for 20 coins. Like 5% matters a lot. I think in 8 Deluxe it was like 2.5, which even then, like with the nature of that game, it was still pretty fast. Okay, so let me see if I can get up here. Oh, nice. Oh,
nice.
What is bro doing? We're theory crafting. Now, the reason why I did that was because even though Bowser has max speed in the water, drifting or charging a mini turbo in the water, you lose a lot of speed. So I was trying to get up there and try to do like less of that. I literally saw it on Twitter the other day, and this was like the first time that I was like, let me see if this works. So sometimes I like to do things for science, and that was for science. All right. So this is a Salty Speedway, and originally I didn't like this track, but the more I play it, the more it sort of grew on me. Not only is it a specialty track, trans rights, by the way.
So true.
The music is awesome, and I think like the strats that you have to go for are probably like one of the coolest things that like this game has to offer, like for a water track at least. Now you may recognize these little cataquacks here, and you may recognize the track that I'm about to play, which I think got a pretty decent treatment. My competitive friends may disagree, given how you're supposed to play the track online, which is to bag, unfortunately. So, any Peach Beach enjoyers? I mean, go on.
My username is Quacksilver, and I'm not going to pretend like it's not due to IRL ducks, but cataquacks count. This is a cataquack friendly zone.
Exactly. Shouts to the cataquack. All right, so this is again Peach Beach, and hopefully I'm not going to get pace locked by this dragon here. Oh, cool, I did not get pace locked because we get to. I went through the ring and I didn't get my boost.
Yeah, what? Video game? You good?
That's my $80. That's my $80, bro. All right, so we're gonna go into the ship here to cover for the shock and just any other dangerous things. And it's also faster, slightly. So I think I'll be able to go through with another one of those when we get to, I think, close to the end of the run, actually. Oh, hey, look, we're driving through a Warrior Shipyard, but we get to experience basically this again when we get to the actual track. I'm doing a lot of motion tricks here since these waves operate on a cycle here, so I'm doing my best to go for a lot of the strats, since doing this with 20 coins is a bit difficult here. So we're gonna charge jump, hit this tree. Nice. Ooh, we're gonna go around this, which is honestly not that bad. What matters to me is that I'm able to get this rail. If not, then that's fine. Nice. Bounce off this tree. If we had a feather, this would have been a really nice feather cut there, but thanks to Bowser's handling, I'm forced to go wide there, so it's all good. Gonna ride this wall. This is actually a little faster than running on the ground. This ending is a bit tricky because you're essentially driving in the rain, so which kind of messes with your visual cues there, and that's why you're shipyard.
Nice.
And now we're halfway through the run too, so I believe we're taking a break here. Is that correct?
Sounds good to me. So folks in the chat who have just joined us, this is where we like to take a break for longer runs so that we can get up, stretch, you can do the same, and so that we can run ads to support the channel. Those of you that have popped in with your subs and bits, we super appreciate it. And we are going to see, I think, I had it up to check, I think you are like pace locked exactly with your SGDQ run, so no pressure, but I'm expecting, like 1 second, we gotta bop past P's, and we will see if we can do that when we come back from the break. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our racing episode of Make Your Own Victory. As I said before the break, we have Peas tied to the 10th of a second with his Mario Kart World run from SGDQ 2025. And if you haven't seen that, or indeed past events or hotfix stuff in general, I highly encourage you to hit up youtube.com/gamesdonequick to check out all of our past content. And if you're watching this on YouTube, hi YouTube, do all the YouTube things. But here to finish out Mario Kart World all knockout tours, please welcome back to the stage, Peas.
Thank you, Quack. So, a little fun fact is while we were on the break, I actually did menu out, and I found out that similar, I think to Mario 64, if you sit if you sit like with this music going on for too long, it will like play like something else, and I was just hit with like the best saxophone rip ever. But I wish y'all were able to hear that. Oh man, but. Yeah, pretty nice little touch that they've added to this game. So, if I haven't said this already, Mario Kart World definitely has one of the best soundtracks. Like over 200. Yeah, many options. All right.
I would agree.
So let's start again in 3, 2, 1, go. All right. So this is arguably the worst cup, starting things off. Nice positivity right there. Now the reason
okay. We're easing back into it.
Yeah. I would say because this lap 1 is very chaotic, and I have to hope and pray that I do not get completely destroyed. Literally like this, the following 2 sets, because I'm actually looking for triple shrooms here to take a pretty nice shortcut. Right before the waterfall section. I can actually chain right here. Oh, triple reds. Don't mind if I do. That is a bomb. I'm gonna get out of the way. If someone's gonna, she threw it up and didn't explode. Cool. The bomb detection in this game is much different compared to 8 Deluxe. Like, had she thrown that forward, it would have went boom on the spot. But unfortunately, she's gonna get redded past the set. Bye to you. And cool, I didn't miss it. We're gonna take the little glider right here, which saves us a bunch of time compared to going around. And hopefully I'm gonna speak this into existence. I should be great to take this cut here. So what we're gonna do is ride on this right here, and then get a little tree trick, and there we go. And
Nice.
And I think I'm just gonna go straight here. I did have the option to, good thing I did. I did have the option to go on top there, but might as well just, ride the waves. I thought that this was gonna be a bit difficult since, it's literally like a stream of water, just flowing down. But, I mean, not too difficult. Oh, wow, they were, destroying each other back there. Gladly, it's not me. All right, so we have a nice little GameCube intermission. Shout out to Double Dash, because from Peach Beach we're going straight to Dino Jungle. For some reason, that's like everyone's favorite track from Double Dash, and I'm unfortunately I am not a big fan of Dino Jungle. I did not like it in the original. I liked it in 7, but
Betrayal. I love Dino Jungle. I will take the normie position on that.
Fair enough. I mean, it's a good track by nature, but I did not like driving it in Double Dash.
That's fair. No, that's 100% fair.
And unfortunately, in this game, it's a backing track, and there's a lot of backing tracks in this game where like the strat is to basically stay in the back, pull a dodging item, and then just like take a big shortcut, and that's another Kamek. It is Piranha Plant. Ooh, that's really good. Do I get a star? Oh, wait. No, it's just regular plant. That's unfortunate. I was kind of hoping that, it would just be Batuis and not actual plants, but whatever. Maybe it's like RNG for either a regular piranha plant or a Patui, because I have seen Patuis come from Kamek, so oh well. And that was pretty much Time Without Joker for the most part. And now we're coming up to another short intermission, and that's going to be Koopa Troopa Beach. Why did they decide to basically bring back a Baby Park S track? Your guess is as good as mine. I think the actual Baby Park would have been so much better. Now, it's funny that, like, I'm a Down and Down Jungle hater, but I love Baby Park. It's so freaking fun.
No, that tracks. The vibes of Baby Park are not an all the time vibe, but when the sun hits Baby Park just right.
Yep. All right, so this intermission is funny because again, it's really short, and really like all you got to do is just like drive in the water, like don't take the middle path. We'll take this middle path, and then if you hear the music, yeah, it just cuts off sequentially. So, and now we're going straight to DK Spaceport, which, funnily enough, not a lot of people like this track. And I mean, for valid reason, too, because it's literally 8 laps. I mean, it's a short 8-lap track. It takes, like, I think, 1:40 to finish. But think of, like, Exciteback Arena, but worse. I don't understand the significance of the Mecha DK there, but, I mean, he's just there. And that's a blue shell. Cool. I'm just gonna rewind. I'm in a spot to jump off the track here. But I think the music is really good, and I've sort of grown to like Spaceport since it's very straightforward. And I'm also just like running out of tracks to pick online whenever I play Lounge in particular. So actually, if you ever like want to get into Mario Kart competitively, unfortunately you are forced to play intermissions in the Worldwides, and it's kind of difficult to go past even above 9K VR. So I recommend going to Mario Kart Central. Either join the Discord or just going on the side to like make yourself a little account and then join the Lounge Discord server, and that's essentially how you can get into competitive kart from there. It's very popular, and it's still growing because you have a lot of folks who have played Mario Kart Wii who are liking this game because of the fact that a lot of it is just pretty much strats, and if you want to excel, you have to know, like 98% of the tech in this game. The remaining 2% is subjective. I would say I know like probably a little less than 98 because I play this game like off and on. I should have like 1,000 hours by now, but I only have like a measly 400, which is very low to my standards. So.
I mean, we were talking in the green room before you went. Is there a racing game in recent memory that you haven't picked up in some capacity? Like you're running a lot of things, racing games of all stripes. I know, obviously, a fair bit of Super Monkey Ball, which we talked about speeding through the holidays earlier. You're doing a Super Monkey Ball game for that, right?
Mm-hmm. I'm doing Step and Roll.
Yo, okay. I was maybe gonna guess Touch and Roll and would have been wrong there. I don't have it up in front of me anymore, but that's sick. I'm excited for that.
If I was gonna Touch and Roll, I'd be running that, but I have not learned that yet. But I know most Monkey Ball games. There's a reason why S&B is in my name. But I think the most recent racing game that I picked up, it's definitely Sonic Racing Crossroads. I mean, it's Sonic, it's racing. I love it. It's like it. I love it. So we're actually going to be playing Desert Hills, but not in the way that you're expecting it. We're going to play this track in reverse. So there's actually a shortcut that was found recently. Now, unfortunately, I did see it on Twitter, but it didn't look as simple as the Salty Tony Speedway one did. So we're just going to keep it a little simple. There are other things to show off as well. Actually, wait a minute. Let me see. I can go on top of here, right? Yes, I can. Okay, give it a feather. So ideally, you'd like to have like maybe like a mushroom or whatever, but we'll take it. And that is the cherry rally, and thank goodness we are out of that one.
We got the worst one done. Now it's all bangers from here.
Yes. I believe Acorn is after this one, which has DK Pass. So I'm really excited to drive through that one. Do some quick menuing. I can menu to the left now. Now, this lap 1 isn't that great either, because I mean it's short, but also its ending is it's pretty chaotic. I think only like once. I was actually playing this online, and I think I got like shocked at the end, and I think I got like knocked out like in the first round because of that shock. So this game is a whole different story, like when you're actually playing online. Granted that they actually nerfed the CPUs, I think 2 patches ago, because these dudes used to be extremely insufferable whenever I was casually like playing through. Like I literally 3-starred this before they nerfed the CPUs even still. Like, geez. I'm pretty sure they're worse in Grand Prix. I'm really not sure. Oh, that's a red shell. Oh, that's triple reds. Oh. Well, nice iframes. I'm just gonna shoot them up now. Surely the Toad's gonna get punished. And speaking of shock. But
Well, it was bound to happen at some point.
but thankfully it didn't affect me as much. I kind of need coins. And this is also pretty slow. Oh, no. No, give me my 3-star. Nah, I don't 3-star this, unfortunately. Darn Toad. I can't even read him. So, oh, nice. Hit the little boost.
Hello? Okay, surely.
I guess that's out of bounds. I guess. Oh, well. Well, anyway, so this is a Warrior Stadium. And Toad is just going to be gone because these... Like I said, these CPUs just don't play games, and being in second is terrible because I probably am not going to pull a red. Yeah, I'm not going to be pulling like red shells as much as the baby days behind me will. So I literally have to bank on either a blue or I have to like hit my snipes. And bombs don't they don't go as far as they did in 8 Deluxe. So I literally have to like make sure I don't get destroyed. Oh, there's my red shell. I got to see what he pulled. All right, I think we're good to go. Out of here, Toad. My crown. But yeah, that album was not great. Can I back him? Yeah, get out of here, bro. Being a little evil.
Is deserved after what he put you through.
Okay, no star for Tui here. I think I have like one more shot to pull one. Oh, man. That's fine. Do I get a horn? I did not get a horn. Oh! I mean, that works. that shock blue nearly saved me, but unfortunately, the shock iframes are they're not as forgiving as they were in 8 Deluxe, which is again very unfortunate. If anything, I kind of wish they like shock blues weren't as broken as they are like now, because I think 8 Deluxe handled it very, very well. Like you could at least have a chance of canceling blue with shocks. So, but obviously you can't really do that in this game. You have to like really time it. Right, so we're back up to 20 coins, and I'm gonna change for a horn. Oh, that's the troll car. Go away. Ah, okay. No. Go away. He's not. Oh, okay. I expected him to keep going.
Yeah, that was a very committed troll car.
Yeah. Thankfully, they're only they're only exclusive for the intermission modes. I've seen like maybe 1 or 2 whenever I was playing Worldwides. So, all right. I think we do have a sizable lead. So. Thankfully, nothing bad will happen to me until like maybe when we get to lap 5. I'm just full on expecting it. All right, so this is Peach Stadium again, and then we're gonna be playing Cheap Cheap Falls for one final time, and then we go to DK Pass. So it's funny that we don't really get to experience Peach Stadium unless you play like the actual track and time trials. Yeah, really like nothing much to like really mention other than nice cars. Hello Spike. Hello Fire Bro. More water.
So, okay, what was the first, like, racing game you got into? Well, while we're chilling on the water, because obviously you said SMB's in your name, so I assume Super Monkey Ball predates in terms of speedrunning. But what rounded the corner into racing games for you?
I think the first racing game I played, I really have to, okay, aside from the Monkey Race Party game, that one doesn't count.
That's fair. No, that's fair.
I would have to say either Mario Kart 64 or Sonic Riders. Like it's
nice.
It's hard for me to remember because I know it was in 2008 was when I like first got into actual like racing games, and that was like around the time that I got both Riders and MK64, which is still my favorite Mario Kart game to this day. I know like maybe like one or two like ultra cuts, but of course it was like it was that racing game where I quickly knew more than my friends did. So,
that's real. That will tie you to a video game for a very long time.
Yes. But yeah, that was pretty much my first like experience in racing games, and then I think I got Mario Kart Wii a couple years later. I to be honest, I don't think I really got into like racing games like superbly as much until I got Mario Kart Wii, and I think that's like for everyone as well. Either like Mario Kart Wii, Mario Kart DS, or not so much Double Dash, just like one of those two, and then maybe some like Mario Kart 8, since that was really popular for its time whenever it came out in 2014. It's hard to believe that it's like 11 years old now.
I was about to say, you just saying that I was like, that can't be right.
Yeah.
But yeah, wow, that much time. We were on Mario Kart 8 as the most recent franchise entry for a minute.
All right, so this is DK Pass, and unfortunately, I can't go for this shortcut because I'm on Bowser. So we're gonna go for the other one instead. So the other one I was actually mentioning, you actually want to ride on that wall, but because Bowser has very slow acceleration and handling, it's just not worth it to go for that cut. But we can touch some trees, get the double tree trick there, and there you go. That's DK Pass. Can I get a feather? That's not a feather, but that's a horn. I'll take it.
Hey, it's the horn you were looking for like 4 laps ago.
Yeah. Best track in the game. Love DK Pass. All right, so we have 2 more cups to go, and they're actually pretty lengthy ones as well. I think they're both like around 9 minutes. So I guess for good measure, we have about like 18 minutes left of the run here. So all things considered, this is still like pretty good regardless. Showing off mostly everything that I wanted to, and that's really like all I want. Now this is actually the hardest one of the bunch because of Great Block Ruins. The cut towards the end of the track. If you know what I'm talking about, I hope you're well prepared for what I'm about to go for there. So shout outs to Airship Fortress. This is one of the only 2 times we're going to be seeing this. I guess the desert version of Airship. I love what they did to Airship in this game. They added rails. I mean, you can obviously like a wall ride somewhere, but I think rails just infinitely made Airship, like better. I would still say like nothing beats the original, but I definitely enjoy the modern aspect of Airship. All right, let me just get rid of this swoop here. That's what I get. Well, it's time to destroy this whole lobby. Now I need to hope that I actually get. I pull a blue. Wait. We're gonna aura farm real quick. I need to get into first. All right, come on. See ya.
Oh my god.
Let me clip that.
All right, no, we get. I said style points count during ring racers. Style points absolutely count here. Honestly, that's the moral victory of the category. Like, yeah, you should finish the knockout tours, but come on.
Sometimes we got to do a little bit of aura farming.
Oh, that's a good. Wait, I have to ask: is Blue Yourself a category in this game too?
I believe it is. It should be. I would be surprised if it's not a national category right now. I mean, even then, like, you know, if Blue Yourself like was a category like right now, I think I would have to time it from when I started this cup.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's not about the actual world record. It's about the swag factor.
True. Okay, if this is the cup. Oh yeah. Okay, so this is the cup that I'm thinking of. So I need to get a dash item here. Either a dash item or a horn, but I think a dash item is going to be a bit more optimal. Or feather. Actual gold. Oh, this is perfect. All right, so we actually have to hold on to this. Oh, thank you. So earlier I mentioned that the Boo can't steal certain items. The dash shoot is one of them. It also can't steal boomerangs, mega mushrooms, and bills, and also horns. That's the most important one that it can't steal. All right, so we're coming back to Mario Bros. Circuit, and instead of going for a typical strat, Rick's running a lot harder. We're gonna dash through here, save 2 seconds versus going around, and there we go. So, again, I could have been cool and, you know, went for the actual strat, which is to bounce off one of the signs, but it's, well, for me, it's a little bit inconsistent, and there's kind of no point in doing that if you already like have a dash item, so you can just like dash through those tires and you'll just get it for free. So again, work smarter, not harder.
Yeah, I mean, consistency is a huge thing in speedrunning, especially speedruns that are longer than like 15, 20 minutes long. I mean, also at short things, but once endurance becomes a real thing.
Yeah. So this intermission is pretty decent here. However, the one after this, it's one of my favorites because I like to call it the the radical highway, and I think I can actually do something a little funny. I don't know if it's fast, but it requires me to slow down a little bit when we get to Crown City. Actually, no, it's in the middle of Crown City, so I'm really excited to hopefully pull it off. So I got to make sure I get this right. I believe I'm gonna bounce off of this tree right here. Get on the rail. Oh, okay. Totally what I wanted there, but you get the idea.
I see the game plan. Yeah. That wall catch looked surprising.
Yeah. All right, so there is actually a truck that comes through here. So I'm gonna stay on this side, and I just slowed down like a little bit. I think I have to wait like maybe half a second, or at least close to a second. And then like it should appear, and it's you'll see. I think it's like right past this glider. Come on. Oh, yep, okay. So if I slow down right around here, either it's right here or there. I don't know. Come on, up here. Come on. Show. Oh, here we go. Come on. Where's the car? Where's that truck? Where's that truck? Up here. There it is. All right. No.
Oh my god.
No. I want this truck. I want this truck. There we go.
Chat, it saves time. Don't ask questions.
Okay, well, That was somewhat for science. That truck came longer than I expected, but whatever. We'll take it. All right, so now this is what I like to call the Lion King section. I have a lot of Disney references have been used in this world. Like we had Tarzan, and we had, I guess, Lion King. Crazy. Hard to believe that we're almost done with this rally as well. I expected this to be a bit shorter, but you know, nothing bad has happened to me yet. I kind of want, you know, to be Mario Kart, you know, like, come on.
The odds are low, but never zero.
I'm very good at speaking things into existence, and I'm trying to speak it into existence so that I have something to, like, you know, throw my hands in the air about, you know? Like, come on. Actually, where's my Star Patooey? I will actually, like, crash it on the inside if I don't get my Star Patooey. Oh, there it is. There's my Star Patooey. All right, this is the easiest thing in the world. There it is.
Nice.
Oh, another one? Wait. Yeah, give me that. 2 in a row. Can I make it to the cut? Yes, I can. W. Oh, I can't dodge the blue. That's unfortunate. Man.
Game giveth and game taketh away.
That's so true. Nice. All right, so we're now coming up to the hardest one of the bunch, Great Block Ruins. Excuse me, and this is where I would hope to not get completely destroyed, especially like on a good run. So first things first, we're going to take this turn a little tight, get ourselves a little UMT, do a little wiggle to make sure we get that out. I'm gonna charge jump, get on this rail, do a little right trick to save some time. Bowser's handling makes it so I can't drift tight. Drift onto this little cloud there. Oh, nice. 2 tricks here. I should trick off this. There we go. And I think we got it. Nice.
Very clean.
One of my favorite strats to do. And the fact that I had to do it all on Bowser, even more impressive. All right. Pretty decent cup. I don't think... Oh, there was one shock, I think. But other than that, that was still pretty good. And now, we're going straight to the final cut of the whole run. Which is still really, again, like, interesting to think about, because I personally feel like this run should have been, you know, super slow. But you know what? Hey, it's me playing this game, and we go fast, so...
We go fast here.
All right. I think this is either the second longest or the longest knockout tour to do here. So, starting things off with Shy Guy Bazaar. I didn't really mention that. It's funny that we're actually playing the beginning of Bazaar, but we actually don't get to go on top of those rails. It'd be really cool if we were able to do that. I think I think the beginning of Shy Guy Bazaar is probably like one of the coolest things ever. Even though that's like everyone, you know, going for the rails, and so you're gonna expect everyone to like fall off the track, you know, they're trying to go on that rail. And I did not want greens there, but that's okay. I do want coins though, so we can let the CPUs, you know, throw everything at each other. Just don't aim it at me. I'm not the target. Right, so we are gonna... No!
Oh, that's nasty.
Well, let me make a point of the trim here. Okay, I mean, defense is nice. So, oh well. Win some, you lose some. See if Wario is, how fitting. How fitting for Wario. See you later, buddy. All right. So these 2 intermissions are really, really long. So, and unfortunately, I don't think I have any other P's little fun facts. So, I guess pretty great timing for some questions or chat interactions, like what's your favorite track or favorite Mario Kart game? You know, what do you like most about this game? Like Mario Kart World wishlist.
All right.
Go for it.
Favorite Mario Kart track. I feel like I've already put a lot of cards on the table. It's speaking in defense of Moo Meadows and Dino Dino Jungle.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just the repeated words. I'm learning this about myself now. What's your all-time fave across games, across generations?
For me, it's a toss-up because there's Donut Plains 3, DK's Jungle Parkway, the original Royal Raceway. I don't know. It's very difficult since my favorite tracks are just ones that I've either just dumped so much time into, or I'm just like this track just gives me like great vibes. And that is a Blue Shell.
Speaking of great vibes, except not.
Pretty much. Let's see. Can I get a horn here? Be really nice. So I can like not rewind. That is not a horn, but I'll take it. So I can just chain for another one. So one little thing that I am doing is leaving bananas in the middle of the road, since red shells usually travel in the center of the road. And of course the CPUs usually travel in the center of the road. They're not like Nintendo they are Nintendo CPUs obviously, but they're not like, you know, I'm trying to make a Smash Bros joke here. Like let's say like a Lebanon Kazuya that like knows Electric Ring God Fist strats, you know what I mean?
God, don't remind me about the Kazuya CPUs.
Pretty brutal. Alright, so we're gonna...
Also from chat, what track has the best music in this game?
Ooh.
There is a right answer in my opinion. No pressure.
There's 3 correct answers for me.
Okay.
Arguably 4. And I'll give you a hint. I played the track already. Twice, actually. Or...
Shipyard?
Shipyard. Shipyard's up there.
I'm just guessing. What are the top 4?
Airship, DK Pass. I have to think. I was gonna say Burnout, but then I think there's others. Whistle Stop is also up there. Salty. Okay, you know what? Those are my top 4.
Those are the 4. We have to cut it off somewhere. I'll just name every track on the soundtrack. Whistle Stop is definitely up there for me. I am a diehard Dandelion Depths enjoyer. Bluegrass Mario Kart is peak.
There we go.
Nice.
Another ore farming moment, you know. I could have, pressed the rewind button, but I thought it'd be cool to just, stop right there, like while I had the chance, just like dodge that blue. Okay.
We had a number of cool guys don't look at explosions moments.
Exactly. Dry Bones Burnout is one of my favorite tracks in the game as well. It's like Bell Dry Dunes, but with fire, and I love that vibe about the track. All right, so we're coming up to Mario Circuit for the final time. This one, see, this Mario Circuit is pretty interesting because you're actually racing through all 3 Mario Circuits that have appeared in all the Mario Kart games. I think there are 4 Mario Circuits. I could be wrong, but all 3 have appeared in at least one Mario Kart game. And I say at least one because MC3 has appeared, I believe, 4 times if you count Mario Kart Tour. So, because for some reason Super Circuit decided to bring back all the SNES tracks. But I guess it makes sense too, because Super Circuit has a similar vibe to Super Mario Kart, and they're like, how about we just bring back all the SNES tracks? And
it makes sense. I didn't realize that Super Circuit was like what had retro tracks. In my mind, most all of the SNES tracks are just Super Circuit tracks, because that was like one of the first video games I remember playing as a kid.
Oh, W. I still need to beat Super Circuit. I need to get off of my my high horse about not liking its controls, but I have to remember it's on the GBA.
Yeah, that's like a fair knock, I think.
All
One
right.
more set of cows for the road.
Yep, Moo Moo Meadows once again. Nintendo loves this track for some reason.
Nintendo is correct.
Man, I should play this cow, now that I think about it, but it's fine. Bowser is just as cool as the cow. Well, at least this Bowser skin. I forgot to mention, I did turn off the transformation feature since I already have the costumes unlocked, and I kind of don't like seeing the little puffy circles, appearing, and I just want to keep playing as a biker Bowser.
Real.
Oh, that's another blue. And I had rewinding. Would have been nice to jump off the track there, but I wouldn't have had enough time to do so here. So, as we are coming up to Peach Stadium, since this is the last track, time is going to be called when I cross the finish line after doing one lap of Peach Stadium. So, really great run for the coolness that it pretty much had. I think this might have been like the most ore farming run that I've done a Knockout Tour, even after like playing 8 Deluxe for like a couple of days. And at least my muscle memory is not gone for this game. Obviously, I mean, like I've been playing a lot more, so it makes sense. But yeah, so unfortunately, Peach Stadium, I mean, it has cool strats, but like, it's one of those you don't really need to go for them. You just go for them for side points. I'll go for a couple of them here, and by that I mean edge tricks. If I line this up correctly. Nice. So, believe it or not, that edge trick saves like 0.1, either 0.1 or 0.2. But it's important to go for that if you're time trialing. There's actually 2 of them that I didn't go for the second one since I think the second one is harder to align for compared to the first one. But anyway, I'm not doing the ending edge tricks there because that's time trial exclusive. And time.
GG.
All right. And that, my friends, is Mario Kart World. For $80, you can access like 200 pieces of music and also Knockout Tour.
It has a video game that comes with it.
Yeah. So unfortunately, it is exclusive to the Switch too. So I think as the holidays are coming up, I'm going to expect to see like a lot of people upgrading to Switch 2. Hopefully, since it's a lot better in terms of hardware compared to Switch 1, and this game is awesome for what it does. So, shout outs firstly to the Mario Kart, Mario Kart Central community, the Mario Kart World Speedrunning community, the competitive community. This game is awesome. You will be seeing this at GDQ.
That's true. We got panels at GDQ.
Shout outs to the Lock in the Flash community. I'm literally like wearing the shirt.
Nice.
If you're a black speedrunner and you're interested in doing all kinds of speedruns, I would consider joining the Discord server because we need more of y'all. And submissions for Back to Black close very soon. I need to get what I'm learning.
They just extended them, so they're open through the weekend. I forget the exact date it cuts off, but they're still open right now. That's for black runners submitting games, and for volunteers for the first event. For this event, for the first time, they are open to everyone. So if you want to support and uplift black speedrunners, get those volunteer apps in.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, shout out to you, Quack, for asking me to fill in with Knockout Tour. It's always a great time to play this game. So
yeah. And speaking of Mario Kart and stretching your creative muscles, folks, we have had too many gamers on this show so far today, and our final runner for this day of runs is from Australia. And so in the interest of not waking him up at absurdly early in the morning, I'm grateful for this, I wanted to entice you to perhaps do some extra shortcut showcases or another little bit of Mario Kart goodness to sing us out here?
Absolutely. So the first thing that I will do, we're gonna go into time trials here, and I'm gonna pick my main this time. I gotta find Baby Daisy. Shouts to, where's she? Sailor Baby Daisy. That's my fit. Got the little Rob Hog here. And let's see. Let's do Rim Road first, since we haven't played that at all. So go ahead and start the timer now. It's fine. This is a little showcase.
We got a little bit of a bonus.
All right. So Rainbow Road is one of the longest tracks in Mario Kart history. It's literally 4 minutes long, or less than 4 minutes if you're doing this with shrooms. Oh, nice little edge trick. Did not expect to get that on the first try. So I'll do my best to explain everything that I'm going for here. There are some strats that I'm leaving out because I'm doing this particularly for, I guess, online purposes. So so when you're trying to get better at this game, I definitely recommend, sticking to what's really consistent and what's safe to go for. Sure, you want to beat your friends in this game, knowing literally everything that they don't. But if you go for the things that the time trialers do, you have to practice it. And I'm totally not self-reporting and saying that I've not practiced a lot of this, but what I do know is basically what's necessary to improve at the online aspect of it. So I'm gonna go for a little bit of a NISC here. Oh, okay, we barely got it. All right, so lost a little bit of time versus what I would normally get because of that wall bonk there. So that was lap 1, and lap 2 is actually the easiest of the bunch here, since you're essentially driving through, I guess, the Lumas. We can just say hi to those little Lumas there, and the Toads, just waving at us. Make sure to get to 10 coins there. And notice how I'm not drifting in the water. It's very slow to charge MTs in there. So thankfully we are out of that. And we have this little special kind of boost where, I don't know exactly what it's called, but it's on this type of road and in Bowser's Castle, where you get this special kind of boost, which means bullet bills are not good, since these are much faster than bills, to my knowledge. But that was a pretty decent lap 2. And lap 3, if you're actually going for strats, I would say is probably one of the more difficult ones. But for me, lap 4 is the hardest one. So we're gonna do. I wanted to do 3 right tricks there, but I had to do one left one just to make sure I didn't fall into the dirt there. All right, so this is section 3 of Rainbow Road. Gonna do a little SMT into a UMT here. And so I have one chance to hit the strat on lap 4, because if I get Lackitude, I can't go for it again. And that's really, really unfortunate. So it makes, thankfully there's an easier setup to do it. But even then, it's still one of those things where it's if you have a sizable lead, there's no point in going for it. But if you're trying to catch up, there is an incentive to go for the gap jump that's coming up here. So what we're gonna be doing here, as we get there, it's gonna require a charge jump into clinging onto the wall, and then you'll see. So we're gonna go this way. I don't remember exactly why it's faster to take this pathway, but it's one of those things where, well, I've seen the T-tiers go this way. Yeah, it's fast, they just do it. So, all right.
Sometimes things are fast because they are.
Exactly. 100%. Now, this is where I need to make sure I get this right. So I'm going to glide a little low so I can land a little early. Charge jump. Oh, I landed a little too low. I want to get Lackitude. Nice. There we go.
Nice.
That's the gap jump. So I don't expect the PB here, because of my lap 1, but I did say I had one chance of hitting this, so do some glider vectoring to get to the end here, and that is Rambo Road. So my actual PB is like 4 minutes and 10 seconds on the dot. Like I was close to the sub, but I think I had a pretty terrible landing for my gap jump, and I just that was very sad after that. So,
oh no.
All right, so let's see. Another track that we really didn't get to see fully was Bowser's Castle. I'm gonna go ahead and play through that. And since we have a little bit of time, I'm going to demonstrate the multiple ways of taking this first shortcut. And the first one that I'll be doing is one I personally would much rather go for online, even though I kind of don't like it. So what we're gonna do, get on this rail, do a couple of tricks, trick off this sign. All right, so that's one way of doing the cut. The next way,
Start taking notes.
the other way is very similar here. So I'm looking for a visual cue here. Do I make it? Close. Okay. We'll try that one again. So I'm trying to aim for that little green dot there. That might not be the one, but I think it is that one. Okay, probably not. Anyway, same idea. So I'll then show off the charge jump version, which is probably the quote-unquote optimal way to do it. Oh, there we go, first try.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Yep. So I actually want to try this one last time, and then I'll just play through the track. Oh, no, okay. It was the wrong cube that I went for. Okay, I understand it now. All right, let's try that one again. It's supposed to be this one. Well, you get the idea. So we're just gonna take a little bit of the scenic route here. I've seen people like wanting to implement that particular setup because everyone is going for that shortcut, and it's easy to just get bumped off and things like that. And then this part right here is a little bit tricky. You have to trick as late as you possibly can right there, and we got it. So I'll show that one more time. And apparently there's someone found a different way of going about this if you feel inconsistent with this setup. So I will attempt that one. I think it's a little slower, but I think it works. So what we're gonna do, you actually trick off of this right here, and then, okay, I guess you're supposed to trick off of that little pole there, but I almost got it without doing so. So maybe wait, that looks possible.
Are we learning things?
We might be
learning things right now.
We might be learning things today. Wait, let me cook? No, okay. I'll give it like 2 more tries, and then we'll move on to something else. But by the looks of it, you want to aim like a little more to the right, so you can trick off it. Okay.
Pylon said no.
One more go. Yeah, tricking off with that.
Hey.
But you got to be really careful with that alignment, by the looks of it. But yeah, that's pretty much the strategy that you need to know for Bowser's Castle. Okay.
All right, yeah, I think hit us with one more track. What's your favorite thing left to show off? And then we'll do final shoutouts.
All right. I gotta think. Like, I know Whistle Stop is right there, but I also want to play Airship. Let's do a Whistle Stop. In particular, so I'll show y'all how I like to play this. So we're gonna leave out the beginning strat there. You actually it's easier to do with a lightweight, but if you're starting in 6th place, for example, definitely pick Whistle Stop when you have the chance, since you start in the perfect spot to take that rail. I think 5th or 6th is good. So I'm gonna SMT here, trick off of here, get that little gap jump. do some tricks here. I'm gonna tap the button a little bit here just to align myself for this. Okay. So this ending strat is very, very annoying. So, no, come on. When I hit this once, that's gonna be that. Because it's that difficult of a, okay. That one doesn't count. That was on accident. I don't want to count that one.
And now he will try.
And now I will try. Okay. So like the problem with this one is that since there's a frame delay, you can pretty much call it like a frame perfect trick. I believe there's like 5 frames of delay, so you have to like exit the wall like earlier than usual. So yeah, it's an important strat, and if you're playing this online like you have to figure, like I literally do not care if I miss this like 50,000 times in a row. So I've hit it before online, so no, okay, few more tries, and then we'll be and then we'll be out. I guess we'll say I did hit this once. There we go. There we go. That was what I was looking for.
Nice.
And there we go. That is literally most of the shortcuts that I pretty much know. So again, final shout outs. Thank you all so much for supporting all the speedrunners, supporting GDQ Hotfix and all that good stuff. Definitely recommend Mario Kart World for anyone who is looking to play like a new racing game or things like that. Fun game for what it is. So thank you again, Quack, for having me. Shout outs to the Mario Kart speedrunning community, competitive community, Black and the Flash community, literally everyone. So thanks for having me. Before I go, first get the submissions in, and for 2, if you want to follow me, feel free to do so at twitch.tv/peacesmb. And now that's all I got. Thanks for having me. I'm out.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, Peace, for coming on Running and for the bonus shortcut showcase. Friends, when we come back from the break, we are going to be debating hotly what a racing game is and is not. Because when we come back, it is going to be Bloons Tower Defense 6. I will see you all there. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Make Your Own Victory, the GDQ Hotfix show where we attempt to capture 100% of the joy of speedrunning in 0% of the completed video games. We have raced through so many courses today, and we have just one run, just 4 courses left in... I want to be honest with you all. I pulled submissions from the AGDQ 2026 submission when I was hunting down racers for this episode, and seeing one game in particular on the AGDQ submission page, and now the same run on the marathon, made me pop off in a way that I haven't in a very long time, because Bloons was absolutely my childhood. To this day, it is still the game I play on airplanes. It is such a core part of my being. And so here to absolutely demolish a game that I love, running all true expert chimps, please welcome to the stage to close out today's Make Your Own Victory, Frosty.
Good day, gamers. How's it all going? My name is Frosty, as I'm sure you're well aware. I've got my wonderful co-commentator with me, none left, who is going to be helping watch and guide me through 4 of the toughest Bloons maps. We've got some of the absolute most stinkiest, hardest maps, and today, as Quack has said, we're going to make him look like child's play. So we're going to just hop in straight away. We're going to go into the Chimps game mode, which is the hardest game mode of all of Bloons Tower Defense 6. We're going to get ourselves set up real quick right about now. Timer will start as soon as I press the play button here. We're going to just set all this up really quickly. Are we all good to go?
Yep, you can give us a countdown when you're ready.
All right, everyone ready? 3, 2, 1, let's go.
Good
All
luck.
right. Thank you very much. Bloons Tower Defense, for those who are unaware, is more of an auto-scroller game more than anything else. Surprise, surprise. And the main way that we're going to be speedrunning this game is through trying to defeat all the rounds as quickly as possible. Now, if you'll excuse me for a split second, I just need to make sure that I get this in the exact position that I need to, otherwise we need to start all over again. The main way that we're going to do that is through trying to clear these rounds as fast as possible. And the way that we're going to do that is, well, through some somewhat risky strategies, admittedly. For example, on quad here, oh, well, that's it. There we go. We have to restart
Did you
on
run
that
over?
one there. That's it. You know, I always figured that there would at least be one of these today here.
Yeah.
It's a very, very precise precisioning with this sort of stuff, which does make it quite difficult. That is the namesake of these chimps maps, is that they do run on really precise precision in placements. There used to be particular maps in particular that had about a 6 or so pixel starting point there, which was about the most that you could go on. I believe that looks about right. We kind of have to eyeball it here because we don't exactly have a lot of time. And that is where the main difficulty of this run is going to be coming in here. Hopefully this starts to loop down there and starts to get those snipes off. I think that looks about right. Yes, it does. Okay, we're all good now. Excellent. So the main difficulty of this run is trying to make sure that we get everything in position when it needs to be in position, because otherwise we start to run into problems like that there, where even though we've invested so much time into the run, we just have to restart. And because of how tight some of these runs are, we are going to need to have them down as soon as possible here and not make any mistakes. This game also features, for the most part, heroes, which is something that's a little bit different to previous Bloons games if you played them in your childhood here. We've got such wonderful monkeys, and today we're going to be showcasing Etienne here, who's more of a support hero, but for the most part is going to be one of our main damage sources later on into the game. So they've got activated abilities. For example, what we're going to do here is we're going to activate it. He just summons some little dudes here. Slight chance that we die there. Nope, managed to get the snipe. Easy. So our main strategy with this map is, well, it's a little bit tough to explain at the moment, but the way that this map works is that it works in a half circle. Balloons are going to appear on one side and they'll exit out on the other side, which means trying to figure out where you're going to game over on this map is awfully difficult, but thankfully we've got a pretty set routine on where everything is going to come out. The rounds in this game are locked. Every single map will work the exact same way as the one before it in terms of what rounds come out. So, I think that's pretty much the general gist of how we speedrun this game. None, if you would be so kind here, I've just got to focus in a little bit on these next few rounds.
Yeah, no problem. So, the bulk of the difficulty of this category, it comes from that all true expert chimps, right? Mm-hmm. In this game, some of these maps, when you're playing them at the highest level of, I want to say skill, they can be pretty easy, even if the developers do consider them expert. But what the community has done is they're like, these 4 maps that we're going to run today, even for the best players in the game, it can give them some challenge, right? Especially when you're doing a challenge on top of just beating the map, like speedrunning, beating it as few towers as possible, least cash, things like that. And so with this map, as Frosty said, the whole half circle aspect, balloons coming from 4 different angles, and the fact that these little arches with flowers on them, it's actually cover, so your towers are delayed from attacking the balloons for just a little bit, which means you have just that less track to work with. So you could, one could leak just because you don't have enough time.
That's it. I suppose that's also a really important aspect of everything that we're talking about here as well, is that one of the main ways that we speedrun this game in other categories is to try to defeat everything as fast as possible. And that might sound really easy there, but there's some nuance that really goes into it.
Yeah.
There are frame perfect runs of this game without the need for tool assisted speedruns or anything of the sort, anything in between that, because runners have become so optimized at being able to play the game and beat these maps. But Chimps is one of those categories that cannot have that happen. It is just fundamentally impossible because of the restrictions implied upon this game mode here. Chimps means
so for anyone who may have missed this installment in the series or is returning from an earlier version, what is Chimps in full?
Chimps is no continues, hearts, income, monkey knowledge, powers, or selling. So quite a bit of a doozy there of things, but essentially what that means is continues, even though you saw me do a little bit of a continue there before. Continues essentially means that continue in this game allows you to continue from the spot that you were, but with extra money as well. So it is inherently quite powerful. We don't even allow that here. We have a retry last round button. So if I make a mistake in this run, I can retry, but I won't get that extra cash. Hearts means I only have one life. I can't gain more than one life as well. Income is the big one though, because income, there's a tower called the Banana Farm. And the Banana Farm allows you to, I don't know, surprise, surprise, make more money.
Sounds about right.
Sounds about right, yeah. So that is one of the fundamental cores of speedrunning in other categories, is trying to make enough money to get the powerful towers that you need to be able to kill everything almost instantly. We can't do that here. So we have a fundamental restriction on what we can and cannot purchase. It's essentially like a miniature puzzle. We need to try to figure out the fastest way to defeat everything without breaking the bank here and without causing us to get stuck. So our way of not getting stuck on this run here is we're going to use a tower called the Glue Gunner. And the Glue Gunner is going to go up to a balloon solver. But that's a little bit down the track here. First things first, we have to make it there.
It's a good joke.
I mean, look, I'm going to be honest here, it does solve balloons really well. Our main villain in this run is going to be the ceramic balloon, the one that's appearing on the screen right about now, as the ceramic balloon is really tanky. It's got a lot of extra health on it there, and it ends up spawning out of these bigger ones called Moabs, these big pufferfish right here. They're not usually pufferfish. We've just got a lot of extra, how shall we say, cosmetics in the game at the moment, which makes them look that way. So, our main villain is going to be trying to deal with those ceramics that come out of those mobs, as they are the most likely things that will end up defeating us in this run. But the balloon solver is really good at dealing with those ceramics. So that is the main gist of things. We want to try to pop open those mobs so that the balloon solver here can deal with all the ceramics on the inside. Excellent. All right, cool. So our early game here is probably the hardest part of it. We've got everything going on right now. Even though I've been talking quite well, we're already about halfway into the run. We start on round 6 because rounds 1 through 5 are apparently too easy. The developers said, no, you will work your way from the 6th round here. You got to figure everything else out. So we have a little bit less money to work with than we usually would. However, one of the good things about this here is that it allows us to skip over round 4, which is arguably one of the most difficult in the entire game.
Especially if you're speedrunning easy mode on this game, round 4 is one of the banes of your existence. It's literally the 4th round of the game, but it's so hard to clear perfectly. But
I mean, look, as a easy mode speedrunner, you know all about that, right? And you also hold several world records as well, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, easy mode, despite its name, if you're trying to we know the min time you can get in this game because remember every round is fixed. It comes out at a set length. It's the same balloons every time. So we know if you frame perfect clear that last balloon, the minimum time you can get. Easy mode is currently the only mode where you can do that. It hasn't been done in the recent update because this is a live service game, so it's constantly getting patches and towers are nerfed and buffed. One of the joys of running a live service game is dealing with all that. But in previous patches, we did min time a lot of the maps in this game on easy mode. And round 4, round 16, 17, and 18 are the worst rounds in this game by far. But on Chimps mode, it's a little different because you're not trying to min time per se. You are still trying to clear fast, quickly. But you can afford to play a little suboptimally because you just don't want to die. This is the one game mode where that is a fear at all times.
It turns out that even after all of these speedruns here, it is still a universal thing. The biggest time loss, it just turns out to be death. It turns out there are some universals here in the world that you can't really change up. One of the good things about being a live service game, though, is that we do get access to changes and buffs and everything of the sort here, which we will actually be showcasing a little bit in this run here. There was, it's not even recent at this point. When was the Monkey brought out?
Oh, it's been a few patches. Oh, yeah. It's been a while.
Yeah, so we're going to be showcasing one of the newer Magic Towers, the Monkey Tower, in this run. Unfortunately, I tried to get Desperado in at a more of a premiere role rather than just, being there. But it turns out that we can't really do all too much about that there. So it is what it is, I suppose. I tried.
We can't throw the run just to showcase the cool stuff. We gotta actually.
I was tempted. There were a few prominent glitches here that I was.
Frosty begged me to let him use glitches. And I'm like, that's just against the category rules. You can't just use glitches. I wanted to
so badly, because there's some really cool strategies that have come out because of said glitches that they've ended up putting in the game there. But then I got slapped on the wrist there and got told, no, you're not doing that. Can't do that today.
It goes back to the live service thing, right?
But
if they're gonna patch
say more. What sorts of glitches are we talking about? Like, what is the effect here?
Okay, so the Monkey, one of the recent towers that was brought out there, has a upgrade called the Arctic Knight, which ends up spawning out a jet of ice balls, which allows you to do damage very rapidly. But the thing is, they're not supposed to bounce off of the map edges, it's only supposed to bounce off of, physical objects like these pagodas here. The glitch is that they just bounce off the map edges. So you can just spam out a whole bunch of them there and they just destroy everything. Now, it doesn't necessarily beat the entire game all by itself, but it leads to some very funny moments there where even some of the densest rounds in the entire game just get absolutely obliterated because of 4 little monkeys. But in the meantime here, after all my yapping, we did manage to save up to the balloon solver, but we've also got a handy-dandy Spike Storm. And Spike Storm is going to be the other main protagonist of this run. The Spike Storm is going to destroy all those Moabs, everything higher up there as well. Because as I said earlier, the Bloon Solver is really good at dealing with ceramics, but not so good at dealing with everything else that comes in between here. It deals a very hefty damage over time, but slightly less to everything else. So we need something to be able to crack everything open here. Spike Storm's really good at that. Spike Storm allows us to bust everything up here really quickly, which I'm about to showcase on the round 80 ZMG. So this is going to be one of the biggest balloons that we're going to encounter here. Really, really tanky stuff. We're going to wait till it gets out about halfway there, and the Spike Storm just immediately annihilates it all. Round 81 and 82, though, is where a big change happens within the game. All the ceramics usually end up spawning out multiple balloons. And by multiple balloons, I mean they usually end up splitting into, say, a few rainbows, a few zebras. But on round 81, the developers kind of figured out that, hey, this is causing a lot of lag. we are going to shift this up so that rather than spawning out all of these balloons, instead it's just going to spawn one balloon lower. But we're going to give the ceramic layers 6 times as much health. Now, usually, this would be really bad for us. We don't like ceramics all too much. They're very difficult for us to deal with. However, because we've got the balloon solver here, who deals, I think it's about 10 times more damage to ceramics.
Yeah.
It just absolutely annihilates it. It works in our favor very well.
Yep, and it spawns those glue puddles on the ground, which is it's a new buff compared to the age of the game, but it's been around for about like a year now. But that was a huge buff when it came out, spawning those puddles. Because now it catches the ceramics that it doesn't initially hit. Those ceramics will still get damaged. And so
awesome.
It just gives it that extra layer of protection.
We've got our main 2 upgrades here. We've got our carpeted spikes. So the carpeted spikes is essentially just a spike storm that activates all too often by itself here. You know, it ends up just spewing out a whole bunch of balloons or a whole bunch of nails here and ends up destroying the balloons. If you're asking me, why are the monkeys trying to pop the balloons here? That's a good question. After 5 years, I don't think anyone has figured it out by themselves either. So, lore heads, do your job in the chat. This is not my area of expertise.
I would say that definitely goes beyond 5 years, because as someone who's played Bloons casually since BTD 3, I don't know where this animosity stems from. Any lore folks in the chat?
I'm going to be honest. Also, we missed the DDT's first appearance there. I don't think you were supposed to see it, though. The DDT is usually a very problematic type of balloon that you're not going to be seeing terribly a lot of today because of the spike storm that we've got going on here. But, you know, if something pops up there, I guess we'll end up trying to show it to you there. The next appearance of it is supposed to be on round 93 here, which should happen. If some bad RNG happens, we could end up dying to this round, but it's very unlikely. The DDT is also one of the main villains of this run in particular, simply because it ends up being very fast. It's camo, which means that the majority of my towers cannot see it without extra help. And it also has lead properties on top of that there, which means that it is just a nuisance to deal with. This is the main round that gets a lot of people, in particular, round 95. It's a wave of DDTs and fortified mobs as well. And you can see that the black balloons just casually appearing. The good news for us is that they don't have a lot of health. And we're going to abuse that quite handily because the carpeted spikes loves balloons that don't have a lot of health. Alright, cool beans. In the meantime here, we're also grabbing some transforming tonics as well, and they're going to be very handy for the upcoming rounds here in particular, particularly round 98. When I was trying to route out this strategy, I couldn't particularly find a way to beat round 98 consistently. Turns out this is the way.
Yeah.
The reason why it's so good is it just provides a whole bunch of extra PS on this round. This is the densest round in the entire game in terms of regular gameplay. Yeah, we just melt through it like it's nothing there. And we also grab a cold snap in there. And thankfully the run is almost done here for this particular mode.
This is the big boss at the end.
Yeah, this is supposed to be the biggest health boss in the entire game. The bad, and we've just casually melted it. And that's map number 1 done there. Excellent. So we're going to head straight into map number 2 here, which is #ouch. Very appropriately named, if I do say so myself. Much like the previous map, it's got 4 lanes. They're all running simultaneously, though. So we're not doing any half circles or anything in between. This is just one straight line, and I need to make sure that this goes into a particular spot so that we can get our snipes in just a split second. We'll see if this is good in just a split second. It is not good. Okay. This is also one of the particular pain points that looks good. Oh,
yeah, that initial setup is so precise.
It is very precise to get exactly what we need, but this looks good here.
This initial strategy has been around for a long time.
You can see
so we're
that
just
the dots
copying sort of like the basic chimps clear that you would get if you're like doing a casual playthrough of this game. This is one of the starts that you could start with and, you know, set yourself up pretty well for late game.
That's it.
But
it's
obviously,
a very particular one, though, because you need these darts. As you can see, they're kind of homing darts. They end up curving around and doing into all sorts of particular spots, which is why this is as precise as it is. But thankfully, we've got the positioning that we need to. Now, this is one of the only maps in the entire game that I could potentially brick this run on if my ability timings aren't top-notch, but we'll get to that in just a split second here. Thankfully, we got the snipe there. All good in the hood. Oh, man.
How you feeling, Frosty? How do you feel about this run?
I don't remember talking this much. It's been so long since I've ended up streaming here for a while, so there's a lot of information dump that needs to go on to be able to actually understand what the heck is going on here.
Well, if you
what I'm doing right now is I'm pre-hovering a tower which ends up covering pretty much the exact same amount of area for my hero, which needs to come down precisely. Name's Brickle. Brickle ends up being, if Etienne was a support hero in the last run, Brickle is a full-on offensive hero made for water towers. Brickle ends up doing a ton of damage through her supporting abilities, which I will be using in a split second. This one's Naval Tactics. Doubles the attack speed of all naval towers in the radius that she is. So what I'm going to do is I need a little bit extra help on round 18 there. There's a lot of balloons on
There's that round 18 I mentioned. Hate that round.
That's the one. And whereas in the last attempt on quad here, I made a lot of these earlier rounds look easy. Unfortunately for me, I don't exactly have an easier time saving up to a lot of these earlier rounds here.
Frosty will be constantly looking like he's on the brink of death. This whole time. Those balloons will look like they're about to leak.
They're all 100% calculated. I had a bit of a joke coming into today that every single death that I ended up taking would be a planned death. Unfortunately, with the way that things are going at the moment, I don't know that I'd necessarily be able to get away with that. So I kind of figured we'd just
it's okay.
drop.
I'm with you. First try, every try. Chad will back
That's
me
it.
up. Don't worry about
That's it. Look, every single attempt that I end up doing here is planned.
Yes.
And nothing will ever go wrong, ever, ever, ever.
Ever.
One of the things that I should say, though, is that this in particular was a bit of a doozy trying to figure out how to get up this strategy and make it consistent. We're going to go for a destroyer, which is going to be one of our main carriers, and the destroyer just fires really, really, really fast. Great early game tower. However, this early game save up that we're trying to do for it here was a little bit hit or miss. Some of the positions, if you end up just being slightly off, end up affecting things down the track here. So for example, if I place this darn monkey a little bit too far left, it might not see a particular balloon that I need for it to be able to see, so that my advanced intel sub, which fires wherever my monkeys can see, will no longer be able to see it anymore. However, I just figured out that the genius strategy would be to just skip everything else. Skip everything else and then just go straight for it there, and it turns out it will carry. That is the reason why you need it.
There you go.
Because if you don't get it there, imagine that, but even tighter. Imagine me getting it at the very end of the round there. It just is incredibly precise. I don't like that. I like for it to just be clean cuts, as clean as a tomato.
And still
there.
cuts a tomato. Yeah.
It does. Let's see. For those not in the know, there is a hero called Sorta, and she has some very memorable voice lines, to say the least.
I was going to say Brickle has some of the best voice lines, but you just have
voice
them
lines
off,
are not on
Frosty.
today because I don't want to drive everyone crazy.
What do you mean
After you hear
crazy?
the voice
They're
lines
awesome.
after about, I don't know, 20 or so times there, it's one of those things where, look, I love the developers of this game. Ninja Kiwi are great.
No.
I
And the
don't-
voice actors are great too, of course.
The voice actors
They
are
did a
great
good
too. I can't do it. I can't deal
there's
with
only
it.
so much variety in barks that you can actually get.
Yeah.
And for speedrunners, I don't think there's any amount that
Yes.
means it's gonna be novel for the amount you play the game.
No, as you said, we're doing so many resets, right? We're resetting this, You see that timer that's a timer in the top right corner on that green box up there? That's the in-game timer, so you can track to see how fast Frosty's clearing these rounds. Especially as I play on easy mode to try to get the minimum time. If that timer does not read exactly what I need it to say, that's a reset. And so, if you're doing that many resets, maybe you should turn the voice lines off. you know. But
Mostly for your sanity more than anything
yeah,
else.
a little
right?
bit. So many resets.
So,
Hey,
as I said,
preserving your mental is optimal.
It is.
optimal or optional?
Yes.
I must have lost this somewhere in between here because, I mean, I'm playing a funny monkey game and speedrunning it, so clearly I must be doing something right. Anywho, we ended up upgrading our destroyer into an aircraft carrier, and this is where the prime RNG of this run happens. These planes that the aircraft carrier ends up spawning out are completely random with wherever they track. And sometimes we need to have them shoot in a straight line to be able to, well, pop all the balloons that we need to. Sometimes that's not going to happen, and we will end up taking a few L's in terms of the rounds here. So it might be a little bit hit or miss in terms of how many game overs I end up taking over on this run, but I've got a good feeling about it. So, you know, feeling lucky today.
Just
Feeling
hit.
good.
Just hit.
Just hit. Yeah, I mean, I like it. I like it.
Just pop the balloon.
I'm trying. I think I'm doing a pretty good job for it as well.
I think so.
So the other main tower that we've got going on here is the Monkey Parrot. And Monkey Parrot has one of those rare abilities in the game that allows you to instantly destroy one of the bigger balloons. So for example, I can just hook a Moab there. It's done dealio. I don't need to worry about it at all from that point onwards, rather than spawning out all the little insights that they've got in there. A very useful ability, unfortunately not really able to be showcased all too often because of the nature of a lot of these maps. Very rare that you end up having water being one of your main components here, as it turns out that a lot of the land setups are just a lot faster.
That's true. Yeah, especially with things like assassins. The Moab assassin can frame perfect kill a Moab, whereas the pirate, you need to wait that time to drag it in from the edge of the map. So there are faster options. However, on a chimps map, you don't have the luxury of having many options. So you have to take the best thing that'll actually let you clear the game.
That's it. Essentially, as I mentioned as the puzzle solving a little bit earlier,
yes,
we have to try to figure out the way to go the fastest with the least amount of money, because as I mentioned, we can't make any extra income off of what we're doing here. So even if I wanted to, say, sell a tower to try to generate some more money, I don't have that luxury. I need to just make do. So it's about making concessions and trying to find the fastest way of clearing these rounds while not dying, and with the money that you've got, and with something that works late game as well. That's also another big thing. We could stack up a whole bunch of towers that would end up letting us clear early here, but then we would just be dead in the late game. It's all about trying to figure out a way for some of these earlier game towers, like this aircraft carrier, to be useful later on too.
Yep. No wasted money.
I've actually ended up saving my favorite run for last year, because I will be showcasing that very sort of idea a little bit later on, where the money has to be so particularly precise as to allow us to afford the upgrade that we need to afford. But I'm not going to spoil it, because, I mean, nobody likes a spoiler. Nobody likes you to tell you how the story is going to go, unless you search it up on YouTube.
You could. Frosty made buds on YouTube.
A little bit of I didn't even prompt that as well. I'm just going to say it. There was no prior meeting here between None Left and I to say, like, hey, look, just a quick little plug in the run there as well.
Oh, no.
Oh, it's good fun. We're almost at a point where we'll afford a carrier flagship here. The carrier flagship's really good because it ends up buffing up the carrier, and it also ends up buffing up all the other water towers as well.
And so it gets buffed by Brickle. So it's all a bunch of synergies in one, which is great.
It's like we planned for that.
Exactly.
Pretty crazy, right?
Which is, I kind of want to say, like, you may have thought when we were doing quad that, oh, all those rounds look really easy. That's because we did the hard part off screen. As Frosty said, this is more a puzzle run, finding the right puzzle pieces. And so we did the hard part of, like, finding all the pieces and making sure they were all in the box first. So we already that's why the run looked so easy, is because it was all, the hard part was already done, was figuring out the route. And now it's just executing, make sure your ability timings are wrong, or are right, are not wrong, you know?
My favorite part about all of this is that I was actually not even supposed to be the original runner of this particular category. I believe it was One-Eyed Deacon who ended up submitting this.
Cool,
and unfortunately, Deacon couldn't be here with us today, so they asked me to end up doing the run for them. And admittedly, I was a little bit out of practice. You know, I just, you know, I hadn't really gone through a lot of these maps for a while at least. So it was a very tumultuous 2 weeks of me trying to route everything out, trying to make sure that everything looked hunky-dory before I ended up putting myself up on the stage here and trying to showcase them all. But the fact that I haven't died outside of the initial few rounds here ends up probably speaking volumes to the fact that, like, yeah, I think I'm doing all right about now. No pressure, right?
You certainly have my endless gratitude, and I think a lot of cats as well, for stepping in to do this. And just to not beat around the bush here, Deacon is going to be running this as well at AGDQ 2026. We got Bloons into the big stage.
That's good.
So it is, I'm so excited. Genuinely seeing that on the games list was unreal.
You have no idea. I never thought we would be seeing Bloons on the timeline here, making it up onto the main stage, but I'm so happy that we've finally ended up getting something there. Hopefully I haven't bricked myself there. Okay, thank goodness for that. I didn't mistime that there. Could have been a little bit awkward. All good in the hood. Got a little bit preempted with that there, but that's A-okay.
We had submitted a Bloons run to GDQ before, but it did get rejected. But also we were like, how do we make an auto-scroller game interesting? I think like that was the hard part for us, and maybe also Games Done Quick.
Yeah.
Which I don't blame them at all. Like, how do you make this interesting?
Well, one of the main categories, and I know the thing is that GDQ ends up liking a little bit of variety in the runs.
Yes,
One of the main categories that we end up running is a black border speedrun. So we do the same map 13 times, but with a slight bit of different variation in there every time. So turns out that, you know, it's like one of those things where it's like, yeah, look, I don't know how to make this interesting. It's just one of those things where it's like, I'd like to be able to run this, but it's just not going to work.
Imagine staring at this screen for 2 hours.
Yeah, we end up upgrading to a Pirate Lord here, which ends up allowing us to not only instantly kill ZOMGs, but allows us to hook 2 of them in at the same time. So in terms of speedrunning tactics here, this is like one of the biggest buffs that they could have possibly given us. Unfortunately for us, one of the main problems that we're going to have in this run is DDTs. DDTs are kind of a big deal because even though my towers look like they can pop lead, they cannot pop lead. Not consistently, at least. Which is kind of where our little glue gunner friend comes in once again. This one is going to end up being a glue strike, but I ended up using all my abilities. I can't deal with these DDTs now. Hooks also end up dealing with them, thankfully. So the main strategy here is going to be revolving around timing this wonderful bitrate destroyer called the Glue Storm on screen to be able to de-lead all of the DDTs that end up coming through. And it's very critical that we end up getting the timing just right, because otherwise we will end up dying, which is, as we said, the biggest time loss. It's also, unfortunately for us, a very contentious point here because we need the planes to get the proper snipes. If the planes don't get the proper snipes here, we will just straight up die. No bueno. Anywho, our endgame DPS is going to be a few more aircraft carriers as well, but we are going to need a bit of support. And our support is going to come in the form of this sabotage, which will slow all the balloons down. Thankfully, because it's an auto-scroller, the balloons will always be sent out at the exact point that they need to be sent out at. So even if we do end up slowing everything down, it's not going to affect when they end up spawning here.
Right.
And we got the timing there, that's good. Activate that now. I need to also be very careful with my abilities here in particular. if I end up, I think I might have undercooked this. Okay, no, we're good.
Nah. Nope,
That's one of the
not
ones
good.
right there. Not bueno. That's all good there, though. See, this
So-
is one of the main time losses here.
It is. And that retry last
Unfortunately-
round button is fairly new, actually. So
It
if we were
is.
doing this run a year and a half ago, Frosty would have actually had to start from round 6 again. But luckily, we don't have to waste 15 minutes of your life. We can just keep going.
Not so much of a big fan of that little, or I should say,
Yeah.
not so much of a fan of having to deal with that all the dang time. This is the main round where I can, in fact, brick everything, though. Round 98, as I mentioned, is a little bit dense, and we need to make sure that we deal with just enough here so that I have time for my abilities to come back up. If they don't come back up, thankfully they have, I will die to these fortified DDTs here and then ultimately just end up bricking the run. Not good.
The BAD
I
is
think I
back.
might have mistimed this a little bit, though. Yeah, there it is. Unfortunately, what I would usually do is I would skip all these insides with a burst strike. However, due to a little bit of a mistime there,
There we go.
we end up losing, but we're all good on the hood, and that's map number 2 done. All right, time for my least favorite of this bunch here, Bloody Puddles. So Bloody Puddles is notoriously known as the hardest map in the entire game and had a very, very particular start. Back in the day, that was about 8 or so pixels worth that you could place the sub on and have everything end up working. Thankfully, the live service component comes in of this speedrun here, where they ended up adding a new tower called the Desperado that allows us to not necessarily trivialize this early game here, as I may still end up dying to this in particular, but allows us to go through a lot easier than we would otherwise be going through. Simply because, I mean, like, damn, have you seen these tracks? There's like 5 of them. So the way that this map works is that on particular rounds, they will go on the outside, and then on the inside, then everything will stack up on the middle here. And that's going to be coming up on round 11. Thankfully, we managed to figure out a way to deal with this quite consistently now. And that comes in the form of these Desperados. The main way that I can end up losing that in particular is if my Desperado does not fire twice, because it needs to reload every single time, because otherwise it only has 1 bullet in the chamber. It fires 2 bullets consecutively. And so if we end up missing even just one of those shots there, it means that my Desperado doesn't reload. I'll have to reload the next round there. So it's one of the rare cases where you don't actually want your towers to be hitting the balloons, right? Like it needs to hit it exactly precisely there to make sure that we don't game over. All right, I need to get this down about there. Okay, good. I'm hoping that's good enough, because otherwise I will game over on round 15 here. Oh, it's so
Nice,
particular. It's so
nice.
precise there if you don't get that timing down. This was one of my main concerns, is that I would end up holding the L on this map, because, I mean, it is... I mean, there's a reason why it's one of the hardest maps in the entire game. Usually the strategy that we're doing here would be done with everything stopped in between rounds, right? So we would have the time to be able to place everything down, everything would be going off at the exact same time, and we wouldn't have to worry about anything. Okay, we're gonna have to just go back on
But since
the
we're
stroke here.
speedrunning, we have to leave auto start on and we have to leave fast forward on. That is one of the 2 core rules of speedrunning this game.
Oh, I
you
almost
forgot
got
the
there.
camo.
Almost,
I may have distracted
almost
you a
had
little
it.
bit there.
I did. The problem is I'm so used to yapping at this point here that it sometimes does end up taking my attention away there a little bit. Yeah, that's the
Ooh,
one there.
that was
That's
close too.
also one that I ended up dying on a little bit in terms of practice there, was round 25 there, is because the timing ends up varying between everything here in terms of, you know, whether I can get the timing down on the spot.
Yes.
It means that my snipers will fire at different points, which means that, unfortunately, I will maybe take an L on that round.
And depending on the exact frame that you placed your tower, you could be popping different balloons when you're running, which means some balloons aren't getting popped and those balloons might leak. So we do have quasi frame perfect tricks in this game if you are trying to play it at the highest level.
Exactly. Now, this round in particular, camo round, is kind of difficult simply because, I mean, I don't have any camo detection on this side. My sub ends up shooting at towers if it can see the camo. However, there's no detection on this side here. So what we do is that the sub ends up firing down on this lane in anticipation that's going to hit everything. But then the sniper ends up seeing that bullet there, or the balloon there, and ends up going, well, hang on a second, I can shoot that. So it ends up shooting that, and then the sub, because it's very smart, the darts end up curving around. Like, I believe the movie is Wanted. I don't remember the exact movie where the bullets curve there. I think that's the pop culture reference that we're going for here. Maybe?
Now you see, it might
Something
be.
like
No.
that. You'd think that I would be a little
the
bit
magic
more on
one
point
where
with
they
this.
throw the
That's-
cards and stuff.
Yeah, sure, let's go with that.
I don't know.
That sounds about right.
I'm not a movie person.
No, I mean, you listen to enough people talk about movies that
Yeah.
you start to think that you're a movie person when in reality you're probably not. But you know,
No.
that's a different discussion for a different time. We're running Bloons right about now.
We are running
This next
Bloons.
round in particular, the mob is going to be particularly difficult. However,
Yeah.
I do need to rely on a bit of timing here. I need to try to anticipate when this round is about to end, so I can buy both of those upgrades, glue everything in time there, and then have just enough damage to be able to destroy everything before it runs too far away from us. If we don't, the sub-darts, while they are fast, cannot reach everything, and ultimately we do end up taking a game over from that there. So, no bueno.
Yeah.
No bueno. I also need to make sure that that's there so that I don't die as well. Funny how that works, right?
It's pretty funny.
I did hear from a very wise Bloons runner that not dying is fast.
Yes.
Wait a second. I think I've heard that too. It's a funny little coincidence, isn't it? So the main strategy here, usually I would say, as a little bit of a precursor here, greed is good in terms of Bloons gameplay. I like being very greedy. And in terms of speedrunning here, unfortunately, it's probably the one category, or chimps is the one category where we can't be greedy. Except for this
Right.
map. This map is where I will be getting incredibly greedy here, as I'm sure the guide maker has ended up sending me a few messages in my Discord right now, so I know that they're probably watching. And essentially what we're going to be doing is we're going to be using 2 discounts. So this is the only way to save money in Bloons right about now, is by buying up some handy dandy discounts here by making everything cheaper. Because I mean, technically, if you end up discounting it, I mean, like, that's technically not earning any extra money, right? I guess it really depends on your kind of definition of it.
And
But
the towers
It's not
available.
income. That's
Exactly.
It's fair.
I think it's being very economy conscious. You're just being very economy conscious, and you're recognizing the state of everything at the moment and just going, you know what? I will use those Monkey Village coupons that they ended up handing out there to get $5 off of my next bouncing bullet upgrade there. I think that's just smart. Alright, speaking of bouncing bullet upgrades, we're going to get a supply drop. Now, usually the supply drop is a tower that would end up being used to generate money. It's got supply drop in the name after all, right? However, we can't generate money, so why is it being used here? The main strategy of this map is to use snipers. Snipers are a very interesting tower in this game because they are one of the only towers that can fire instantaneously. A lot of our other towers here kind of run on this prospect of like, hey look, I send out a shot, hits the balloon after a set amount of time. Snipers will fire instantly, which is great for us. We love that. However, snipers are kind of weak in the late game unless you amass a ton of them. And that's going to be our strategy here. We're going to amass a ton of snipers to try to deal with our dirty work. They've also got global range as well. I suppose I haven't really explained sightlines in this game either. Sightlines, sometimes your towers cannot see things. Crazy idea, right? Monkeys are not omnipotent, no matter how much other people may try to tell you. And one of the big dealios in this is that there's a gigantic truck in the middle of this map here, which means that our snipers cannot see everything as they go. Otherwise, you'd just be able to place down a sub here and be able to shoot everything. It'd be pretty easy. However, we can remove this sightline a little bit later on into the game here. Sightlines also typically end up affecting which towers we will end up going for on a given map. If a tower, like the sniper here, is only good if it can see the entire map and it's a nice enclosed map, we're probably not going to end up focusing on them all too much, even if they can fire instantly, because typically there are other towers that can, you know, go a little bit faster. Anywho, we have got a little bit of precision here. This is one of the other fun parts of trying to find the run. We've got a little bit of a lull in the action as we've afforded our main elite sniper. So what we're going to do is we are going to precisely place down 3 more snipers now that are ideally going to end up helping us get through the late game. We also buff them up with a tower called an Alchemist. An Alchemist is one of the most busted towers in the game because it allows you to give more attack speed and more damage to other towers. Usually this elite sniper would only end up doing 2 damage, but because of this stronger stimulant that we've ended up putting on it here, it's going to end up doing 3 damage. And because it ends up firing so rapidly as well, it ends up doing a whole bunch of damage very quickly. So essentially, for the low price of about $5,000, I've nearly doubled my tower's DPS. Very useful stuff, right?
Yes.
Very useful indeed. So, while we've got our snipers down here, now we can just take a little bit of a chill pill. This is one of the nice parts about this run before it starts getting a little bit crazy. Typically, the way that a lot of balloons or a lot of these expert maps would end up going is that you would end up trying to go through a tough early game there, try to get a tower that ends up stabilizing you, and then you'll try to save as much money as that you can to try to afford the next upgrade. And that will end up snowballing further and further. Same idea in this run here. My elite sniper has afforded me the ability to end up affording an elite defender. I don't need to buy anything else in the meantime here. Which, in just a split second, there we go. We're all good now. Calculated. Now,
So
from
how
this
would
point,
you say this? I know you said you de-rusted this over the course of 2 weeks, but pace-wise, how would you
Yes.
say you're doing relative to your fastest Chimps runs back-to-back here? I'm curious if it's too early to start prepping for the PB.
my PB last night was a 1:11 IRL time. So
Okay.
I think there was a little bit of hubbub on this map during that PB. However, in terms of pace here, if I don't make any mistakes on the final map is the toughest one of the bunch. I'm just forewarning everyone here a little bit early, simply
Save the best
because
for last.
that's the one where I'm actually going to have to... I'm going to be playing DDR with my keypad here. That is going to be the main gatekeeper, but I mean, I might be able to PB. I don't know whether the ouch time loss was too much for me to even consider looking at a PB. So we'll play it by ear sort of a thing, you know? We'll see what it's like. If I think it's one mistake on Ravine, I don't think I'll be able to PB, but that's just, I suppose, how it is, you know? Very, very particular sort of run here, unfortunately. Or fortunately, depending on how you see things.
I was gonna say that also is what makes it extremely compelling to watch.
Good. I'm glad.
Excellent. All right, so now that we're past round 80, this is why I say that ceramics are the main villain in this run here. We have to deal with super ceramics now. And while my snipers were really good at dealing with multiple targets here, Bouncing Bullet ends up, going between all of these towers here. You can see the little shine marks on them, I suppose, is probably the best way to put it. Since there's the little shine marks on there, they're actually bouncing between all of these ceramics, doing a ton of damage. However, because super ceramics now exist, we don't have the luxury of being able to instantly one-tap all of the balloons. We now have to deal with 6 times as much health. So we need as much help as we can possibly get. So rather than going for my final upgrade, which would usually be a Cripple Moab, which would amplify the amount of damage that I would be doing to single targets, I believe it's an extra 6 damage or so. We don't have that luxury. We have to end up affording a little bit of slow down here, womp womp.
Yes.
Unfortunately, while I would love to just go Unga Bunga, all damage, we go fast strategies, this is one of the maps that really necessitates a little bit of extra help. And it turns out that because it needs that little bit of extra help there, that you got to play it a little bit safer. Otherwise, it's a little bit awkward. I tried. I genuinely, as I was trying to de-rust this, I was trying to come up with different strategies that were somewhat safe, that didn't end up completely making me cark it every single time. But I figured that we have a pretty set PB in terms, or a very set time limit in terms of how much time I'm supposed to be sending on here. And I figured that you probably wouldn't like me just resetting on round 98 over and over again until the optimal outcome ends up coming up there. So I decided, you know what, it's probably just going to be best to just go with a slightly slower strategy here. And in reality, it's not even that much slower than what you'd usually be going here. DDTs also in this run are a big dealio from one of these strategies. These towers can pop lead. The elite sniper and the elite defender can pop lead. However, because the DDTs are so fast and so slippery, we cannot deal with them fast enough before they end up making it to the exit. They are just sprinters. They will just go straight for the nearest exit. They will not pass go. They will not collect $200. They will put you directly to Bloons jail. So, this is where our hero Gwendolyn comes in, because Gwendolyn, with one of her abilities here, the Firestorm ability, offers lead popping to all towers for a pretty set amount of time. And this is really useful, because otherwise, I mean, the entire strategy just wouldn't work. This also used to be kind of a thing where it was a little bit inconsistent, but one of the recent changes ended up making it so that Gwen's heated up ability, when she attacks, pretty much gives that ability to all the other towers in radius here. So these towers cannot pop lead, but since Gwen is constantly attacking, now they can, because she's just constantly proccing that heated up there, and it also gives in extra damage to the snipers as well. Very synergistic sort of stuff. However, this is where a little bit of the scariest stuff comes in. Now, I know I'm completely safe here, mind you. I know that there's no way that I can die. However, a lot of this stuff may look like it gets a little bit close here. Don't worry though, all perfectly calculated. And if then I end up dying, just remember it's a planned death. Remember, very critical.
This entire run is script now.
Yeah.
We're doing it live, folks.
This is, I was going to say this is a pre-recorded run here. I mean, I could go and put a shoe on my head if you really wanted me to prove the validity of everything, but...
I mean, the perennial hotfix joke is that the run is live, but chat is pre-recorded. And honestly, given the number of... I see so many different strats being pitched. I see so many different incomprehensible community memes in the chat. I believe it was pre-recorded. I love you all, Bloons community, but I would believe that it was pre-recorded.
Don't worry about it. I just figure they're a quirky bunch there. We love them all the same. All right, good. That's what's supposed to happen when you time a first strike. A first strike is supposed to destroy all the insides and not have to deal with any of the remaining stuff. All right, and last but not least, we've got Ravine. And Ravine's a real doozy of a map here. It's a 4-laned map, much like I said before. However, two of the lanes are running at once here. So that means that they're doubly as dense, which ends up being a little bit of a doozy, because we now need to cover 2 sides here. If you'll excuse me, I need to make sure that that's good there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. That sword in particular was added because on release, this map was impossible. You genuinely could not beat it unless you had that sword to snipe off that particular green balloon there. Or I believe it was incredibly RNG dependent. Either or. I'll need to get my Bloons lore facts checked out by the council afterwards here. I'll have a very stern talking to. However...
Or Amphy can DM me right now and I'll read it.
However, this relies on a pretty specific subset of dart monkeys here to be able to get through this early game, so that we can afford our first little save up here. The 6 dart start is quite quintessential, simply because, I mean, otherwise there's just not a lot of ways that you can clear the map. It's genuinely one of the most difficult maps in the entire game for that reason. However, with this nice little dart start here, we're going to be making good use of them, and they'll end up saving our backside quite a bit in the later game. We don't end up upgrading all of our towers here, as I'm sure you'll have noticed, simply because a lot of the upgrades that you'll end up getting off of these early game towers are just not exactly relevant for what we're doing. However, they are useful in this sort of situation here, where I just need to quickly get this down and make sure I don't die. They are very useful here, as they will be doing a whole bunch of sniping in particular. I need to make sure that this is perfectly positioned here. So, our hero today is Geraldo, and Geraldo's job is mostly to act as a jack of all trades, master of none. Geraldo offers a shop of temporary items, or in some cases more permanent options, to end up helping you clear off rounds. They are specifically designed to be a little bit weaker than usual. So for example, if you're ending up about to die, you can end up putting down a... Oh, just give me 2 seconds here. Oh, I think that was incorrect. I'll need to go back out for that for a split second there. I'm getting my rounds mixed up. Too much yapping. Any moment now would be nice. There we go. Yeah, this is the one I'm supposed to get. The one's formed there.
There we go.
So if you end up dying there, you can just end up...
There we go.
That doesn't seem right. Oh, no. I remember what I'm supposed to do now. I'm getting my rounds mixed up. There we go.
There we go.
There's so much that I need to remember in this run in particular here that, look, it was bound to happen at some point. There we go. We have to wait till that goes down there so we can end up slowing these down. This glue pile in particular is notoriously strong simply because it ends up slowing every balloon and every balloon underneath it as well. So a lot of status effects only apply to one layer in particular. However, it's so strong here because it's essentially just a little temporary save up. And we're going to use that to get one of my favorite towers, the Druid of the Jungle. And Druid of the Jungle
my favorite tower too.
Oh, it's a beautiful one. It instantly ends up grabbing a balloon and crushing it. And it will also leave a pile of vines behind. And this is really useful because it turns out the vines have a lot of pierce on them, meaning that they can pop a lot of balloons quickly. There's also a map-wide reach. So what we end up doing here is we do just a teensy bit of micro going between first and last here, or strong and last, just so that we can pop the most amount of balloons. And then we're going to leave this on strong for the time being. And then I need to just make sure that this glue goes down there, as I don't want to take another swift death already. However, the main carry of this run is going to be the aces in particular, because Ravine is a doozy of a map. I mentioned sightlines earlier. Sightlines are a big deal on Ravine, as the entire bridge here is essentially not being able to see through. If I put a sniper down here, that red indicates where the sniper cannot see. It can only barely see on the edges there. So we need a tower that can go over the top of all of that sort of stuff. We need a flying tower. Unfortunately, the flying towers in this game, some of them in particular have a bit of funky micro behind it. You know, I'm not really much of a micro guy, admittedly. So what we have to do is we have to kind of just find a bit of a compromise there. And our compromise in particular is going for towers that essentially auto-track to where they need to go. This being a never miss, which, funnily enough, I mean, it kind of has to be said, it don't miss. It really don't miss. It's got really nice tracking darts. It ended up recently getting buffed as well, so that it actually fires a lot faster now in terms of the darts. It homes in a lot quicker. They used to linger a lot longer there, so it didn't really live up to its namesake. It was the sometimes miss targeting. Now we've got our mower coming up here, and we do need to be a little bit particular with the timing here, as we need to plop this down here, and we need to get a maelstrom down there. And that is to make sure that all the insides end up getting popped very quickly.
Yeah. So that's
it's
part
a
of
short
using the
lane on
hero
this
to
map.
your. Sorry.
Yeah. No,
So
it's all right.
using the hero to your advantage, using all of Geraldo, basically use almost all of Geraldo's items in this run. That was a jar of pickles you saw, which boosts the damage of your tower for a few rounds, and then that mini maelstrom, which basically wipes balloons off the screen when a balloon touches them. So this is really what allows this map to be speedrun. Otherwise, a speedrun of this map would basically look like a casual clear. But with these items, we are really able to go fast, which is awesome.
And that's the beautiful thing of it. I was also going to say in there as well, the pickles ends up having a bit of a downside. So as much as I would love to continuously be applying pickles, it also comes with less attack speed. So while the never miss, I believe, ends up firing off 12 darts at a time, you end up adding in the damage, doubles the damage there. A lot of the time we do favor consistency over just having that extra damage. So we'll end up going for a stronger stimulant instead, which will end up giving us that attack speed bonus as well. And if we end up adding in the pickles on that there, the extra damage that we get for it, for the lack of attack speed that we lose, ends up not being really worth it all too much. Now, even though I said that we would end up applying a never miss here, the actual ace that we're using in this run will be a Sky Shredder. And a Sky Shredder in particular is a very particular tower because it is a micro friend's favorite tower. Unfortunately, I'm not a micro friend. I don't like microing this tower at all. It is something that even after, I believe, 5,000 hours of playing this game, I cannot decipher the codes there and everything. You could explain it to me as a 5-year-old would be able to understand it, and I would still look at you blank-faced. Unfortunately, there will be no Ace Micro in today's speedrun. Bit of a spoiler alert. I said it, I wouldn't spoil it, and then I lied. Whoopsie doodle. However, what we will do is we will be using it as our main damage source later on in the game. And even though we're not trying to particularly put it over the top of all of these balloons, where it can get the most damage, it's still going to do so much damage that we're realistically not going to have to worry about a lot of the stuff anyway. This is also one of the maps where I get to showcase a little bit of a change that happened recently. Juggernauts end up being a really strong early game tower to knock back ceramics and also have a ton of pierce. So while they may be used as a bit of a stall tower later on, typically they will instead be used here to make sure that I don't die. You may also have noticed I've been picking up these cute little pet bunnies in the meantime here.
Yeah,
and trust me, these are definitely for show, not because they're definitely about to turn into a demon bunny that's going to destroy all of these camo leads. The demon bunny is definitely not a nickname that the developers have intended. However, I think it is incredibly appropriate for the...
for sure. Oh, yeah.
For the namesake here. It's got red eyes. How can
that
it
level
not
of
be...
motion blur. That level of motion blur is not...
This is like some anime level stuff right about now. This is like a demon level threat that we're talking about. So, I think it's entirely appropriate. The upside of the bunny is that it's really good against some of these denser waves as well. Round 63 is a namesake round for balloons. It's incredibly tough. A ton of ceramic balloons that are coming out, and the demon bunny just kind of just slaps them all away casually one by one. It ended up getting a bit of a price buff there recently too, so I'm not going to complain too much. I mean, hey, if I use it there, I'm going to be happy about that. One of the good things though is that while this would be that time where I would end up trying to save up for my Sky Trader here, Geraldo's shop does end up having some really useful permanent items too. So this top two items here, the pile of rusty nails and the shooty turret in particular, those are going to be some of my namesake carry items that I'm going to be using later on in this run. And by later on, I mean in one round, to try to make sure that my late game actually has enough to be able to not leak embarrassingly and die.
Yes.
So I'm going to plop down a few of these now, and they're going to be used just to try to clear everything up. They used to be so good that they ended up getting a 40% damage reduction on them. They went from 7 damage to 5 damage. Look, I'm not sure on the math, but that sounds about 40% or so, so Aussie math, okay? Not girl math, but Aussie math. So that's going to be the main idea here, is that while Geraldo has no abilities, we've got access to this really powerful shop. We're going to use some of these items here to try to temporarily stall out just enough, because the Sky Shredder ends up costing a lot of money. 46,000 is our most expensive save up that we've had to do in this entire run. So we don't really have the luxury of being able to spend too much money on some of these other items. So we need to try to find a striking balance on trying to be able to afford this before the critical rounds start to come in, that we cannot deal with everything that's coming in.
Yeah.
Luckily, my math skills ended up coming in here, and I found a way to afford it if I've done everything correct. However, this is all largely contingent on a very specific round 78 setup not happening to me. In about 95% of setups, we're A-okay. We get to play the run. If we don't get that, if we get the 5%, things end up getting a little bit awkward.
Does this have to do with what path the balloons take when they spawn?
It has to do with how much or where this positioning of
the position of the ace,
where the ace is. So that's one of the things here is like while we can control where the ace is, it's very difficult to be able to predict exactly where it's going to be at a given time. You know, we can kind of generally estimate it, but it's not going to be enough more often than enough, right? Like we kind of just have to just wing it and say, yeah, if it works, it works. So if we end up living here, we ended up getting the good RNG there, we don't have to worry about anything. Those two spike mines there, even though they may look like they are there for safety, they are there to make sure that I am saving them up for later on. I would rather they did not get hit there. And then we're going to save this for exactly 700 there, so that we can save and make sure that that second ceramic wave does not get us. Because again, same thing can happen there. We can end up getting got. You would much rather save up so that you have two of them for one wave. And I figure, look, if I'm going to have to make people go through this wave twice here, I'd rather just die on the first wave there rather than having to make them wait all the way till the end there and lose 30 seconds worth of time. However, you might notice, we're good.
Fortified balloons still very
just
scary.
a little
$43.
jump scare for the chat.
$43 left over there.
Yeah.
And now, this is where Geraldo's shop really comes in handy, because we're going to start spending. It's time to start spending money, because we've got our main carry now. We're not going to save up for anything else. We're going to use this time to make sure that we can afford all the support that we're going to need for this Sky Shredder. Also, another wonderful little bitrate destroyer.
Yes, and maybe if you're sensitive to flashing lights, you should probably look away for the next 4 minutes. Could be
3
a little.
minutes. Maybe 4. Man,
just for your own
feeling,
safety.
Right? Yeah. I would much rather people did not have seizures.
Yeah, of course.
I don't feel like that's a controversial statement either. I feel like that's...
I've been waiting for a minute to say that.
The official
I knew this was
position of
coming.
make your own victory is that people having seizures not great. Yeah.
Oh, and we're finally seeing the
I'm glad we're on the
overclock.
same page then.
Oh, especially with the overclock. Okay, yeah. Good thing I've sent out that warning. Yeah, very good.
Yeah, that's probably a very helpful warning to have here when we are about to be spawning out a lot of projectiles here. Overclock ends up not doubling the attack speed of your tower, but 66% of it to pretty much just be really useful. Unfortunately, we don't have full uptime on overclock here, simply because on tier 5 towers, their highest level of upgrade, it will end up falling off a little bit sooner. So, I'm just going to stop yapping for a split little second here and make sure that I've actually got the upgrades that I need.
No
I will
worries
need
there.
Relentless Glue in this attempt. And this is also one of the rounds that can be a little bit of a doozy
Yeah,
there.
so our Sky Shredder cannot really pop DDTs without the Alchemist buff on it, and that Alchemist buff is not full uptime, by the way. So
yeah, actually, the good news is that it actually can in a, I believe it does now. Might have been a bit of a more recent change that they ended up doing there.
Oh, good.
But we're going to get a
Quality of
whole
life.
bunch more spikes. And I also need to make sure that this can see camo as well here. Thankfully, all of our stuff can already see camo, but the camo potion that Herolda gives out there ends up giving more extra camo damage, which I do need. The main reason why DDTs are so dangerous in this particular run is because DDTs are fast. And so we need to be able to slow them down just a little bit. We're going to grab a Shattering Shell. So you might have seen that a lot of these balloons have little bands around them. And the bands end up meaning that they are fortified, doubling their health.
Oh, that was close.
It's good, it's good. That's why
That's why we set the spike piles down multiple rounds ago.
Yeah, so we've come preemptively
Yeah.
packed today to make
It's
sure that
all
little
planned.
oopsie daisies like that don't happen.
Good.
So this ends up defortifying all of those balloons, meaning that we only have to deal with half of the usual amount that we would usually have to deal with. Thankfully.
Yep.
One of the big rounds, though, is coming up in a split little second here. So we're going to defortify that one real quick. Defortify that, plop back over here. Need to grab two of these, and now this is the fun bit, because now I have to identify which of these waves is about to leak, and I need to plop down
Nice.
some maelstroms on top of them to make sure that I don't die. That's also a little bit of a particular contentious bit right there. However, I believe that the run is now.
Well, if your timing was better.
dusted.
There we go. GG.
Gee, wait, okay, I'm waiting for the delay to catch up. What did you say your PB was?
1:11. I don't exactly have the precise time, so it was 1 hour 11 minutes.
I have potentially fascinating news.
Okay.
The timer on this run was 1 hour and 11 minutes flat. So
And also, that's a Ravine world record,
that is
by
a
the way.
tied PB.
Of course. That's also a new Ravine world record,
Yes,
by the way.
by
Just saying.
21 seconds,
Yeah.
Yo,
which is crazy
unreal.
for Ravine. That's insane.
Yeah, this used to be one of the, how shall I say, it was often considered, I said it because I was the previous world record for this, that this was you would never beat this. There would never ever be a strategy that would ever beat that world record. So the fact that we can end up doing that there today, I'm pretty happy with that.
Yes, you
Hey,
should be very
that's a
proud.
D-Rust, folks.
Well, you know what? That was my favorite Let's Play that I've ever done. What can I say?
Before we wrap the show up for the evening, Frosty, none left, please let the adoring viewers know where you are, where you can be found on the internet, and what you are up to.
Well, I suppose I'll start off. I have a YouTube page, and that is Frosty Made. I also have a Twitch page as well, if you guys want to go and follow that too. I'm a little bit of a recluse at the moment, though. I'm not on a lot of social media platforms there. But I would love to give a big shout out, first of all, to None Left for being able to be here today and being one of the biggest
Thanks
people
for the
in the
invite.
community, making it all come together. You're absolutely amazing. I'd love to give a shout out to GDQ for even hosting us here today. Being able to get balloons into GDQ has been a goal of mine for yonks. I'm happy that I wasn't the person that got it in though, so that's all good. I would also love to give a big shout out to the community for being able to be here today. Having you guys be funny little memesters is always an absolute delight. And last but not least, I'd also like to give a big shout out to One-Eyed Deacon, who, if they didn't end up submitting this run, I would not even be here today. They are also going to be running this at GDQ coming up here as well, so please go and show your support for him. He absolutely 100% deserves it. Has been doing a ton of work in the community recently, so big shout out to him.
Nice.
Do you have anything?
Nothing really to plug. I used to be on Twitter at None Left, but I don't really use that account anymore. But I do play Uma Musume sometimes. So if you see me, in the PvP ranks or in your CM lobbies, that is me. I do
I don't really mod. Frosty mostly mods the SRC site now, but I could totally get back into that. I do want to plug just the speedrun community itself. Bloons is obviously a huge community, got many sections, many really good players. But as far as speedrunning go, there's like 5 of us. So if you want to give your shot at it, we are always looking for new people to push boundaries in this specific part of Bloons that doesn't get as much attention. And thank you, GDQ, for shining a spotlight on the side of Bloons that, I feel like maybe it's not as skillful necessarily as what the other people are doing, but I still think we deserve our laurels sometimes. So thank you. Thank you.
Absolutely. And an honor and a pleasure, truly. I know that my opinion is not at all rare when seeing Bloons on the games list. So thank you so much. Chat, make some noise one more time for Frosty and Unleft and Bloons Tower Defense 6.
Thank you,
folks, that is going to be it for us here at Make Your Own Victory today. I have been overjoyed to bring you these racing and racing adjacent games. If you missed anything from our show, in a little bit we are going to be throwing back to the start of the day in a replay. So if you stick around, you'll catch some Kirby Air Ride goodness in just a little bit. Tomorrow, there is going to be a special event on this channel, Oops All Wario, featuring a bunch of Wario speedruns hosted by Jiggy. Make Your Own Victory will return next month with our Season 2 finale, in air quotes. It's going to be a very special show with some potential shenanigans thereafter. That's going to be on December 6th. Thank you all so much for hanging out with me today. This has been an absolute treat. Speedrunning is a beach day. Thank you so much for playing in the sand with me. I'll see you on the internet.